hard time figuring this one out. Get onto that later. Hey, Kragan, what's up, dude? Echo, great to see you. Ooh, it is a sweaty one here today. What's going on? What's everyone doing? Thought we'd warm up with a little bit of Guess the Game. Have you ever heard of that? Kind of like a daily puzzle. They give you a couple of hints and you have to guess the game. I figure without brain power we'd be able to overcome any of that. Maybe. We'll see how we go. Ooh. Yeah, it is hot in here. Hot as heck. All right. It's literally you can play along. It's called Guess the Game. It's a web-based thing. You look at the screenshot and you go, "Oh, I wonder what that is." I have no idea based on that. Water tower and a water pump. Water tower and a water pump. I'm thinking like a Grim Fandango, but I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, you if you're unsure of what it is, you can get more information. Something older like Final Fantasy. Mechanarium. Oh, that was that hand-drawn one, right? From, yeah, I most definitely played it. So do I have to guess or can I submit? I don't want to skip. If I hit submit, nothing happens. I'll click skip and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it just gives us the next. Right. Okay. Metacritic score not rated. 5 guesses remaining. See, now I'm thinking some kind of survival horror game like a Resident Evil. It looks like Dr. Hulu is thinking the same thing. Not rated though on Metacritic. Means it's older. I would assume most of them are rated yes. Yeah. How weird. I mean, we can try Resident Evil. No luck. Original platform, PC. And now there's some kind of magical spell in the background. There's a DS Resident Evil game with a water pump puzzle. Interesting. What was the name of that one? The Mercenaries 3D. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Deadly Silence. But it was, yep, Kragan's got a point. It was originally out on PC. Wow, 32 results for Resident Evil. What's the bird? It does look like a phoenix or something in a red circle. Damn. First cab out of the rank. It's a tough one. Next. Genre, third-person shooter. Originally on PC. They're wearing Santa hats. I think even if they tell us what it is at this point, I'm gonna be like, what? Never heard of it. Third-person shooter on PC. This is a very dated engine too. It's never rated, so it could be some kind of weird, obscure, lesser-known game, I guess. Christmas zombie shooter? That's not the name of a game, is it? No. You can look through... Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. Oogie's Revenge. Yeah. Cthulhu Saves Christmas. No idea. Next. Released in 2006. God, it looks like an old Dreamcast game, doesn't it? Zombie something, maybe? There's a Z up here in the main HUD. Level 15, Primal Fear. Zombie something? 46 results, yeah, right. Developer, Mayit Entertainment. And there's the symbol above their head when they die. Never seen this before, ever. Never seen it. Never seen it. I've seen a lot of video games. The first one we get today is an unknown entity. Last guess. Dead Rising? No, definitely not. Oh no, better luck next time. Gun Z, the duel. Yeah, I would not have guessed that at all. Alright. We're going back to the beginning. Oh, gee, I wonder what that is. Mass Effect. You've played Gun Z? No, you haven't. Really? That's wild. Mass Effect 2 then? I'm thinking maybe it's the third in the series, perhaps. Original platform, PC, PS3, Xbox 360. You nailed it! 2 guesses in. Can I just go to the next one? Buttons down here. Okay, that's fine. Alright, we have a frozen landscape. Some kind of cave. Looks like Half-Life engine, perhaps? Zelda. Ocarina of Time? How did you know that? From that one sequence? Metacritic score 99%. So it's popular then. Released in 1998. I've never played Ocarina of Time. Not once. Alright. Game number 3. We have a tree and a rock. Yeah, go right ahead, Callie. That's fine. I don't think spoilers are a thing here. Trust me, I won't get them all. I don't recognize that tree. It doesn't strike anything. You know this one. I was about to say, that's not Outer Wilds, is it? No way. No shit. Okay, at that point I would have got it, but the first two. The only thing that struck me about this was the lighting effects, the shadow up here. Like this rock looks like it's almost low poly, right? I would not have picked that from that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, what size of the monitor is it? It's a 49-inch. You remember the stars. And oddly enough, I didn't recognize the kettle hanging over the fire. Like the campfire is a very big theme in that game, but I didn't recognize the one where they were cooking or heating something up. Do you want me to make this bigger? I might be able to. Hang on. Is that better? Just have to scroll a bit further to type stuff in. Red Dead. Give it a shot. Nope. Negative. Metacritic score 89%. So we got desert and snowy area. Taquito. Shadows done twice. Negative. Original platform PS4. Last of Us? I don't remember the desert being in The Last of Us either. What's the other one? Same team. The Nathan Drake one. Horizon Zero Dawn. This screenshot fits that. Uncharted. it could fit that as well. Although, again, the desert is throwing me off. Now we're back in the mount. Oh, that's Horizon for sure. I think I even remember that. It's like a frozen snake monster back there. Hey, nice. Released in 2017. They're picking some good screenshots. I wouldn't guess them from these. Yeah, I mean, okay. The Secret of Monkey Island. Okay. Yeah. I would never mistaken that art style. Game number 6. Grand Theft Auto? Woody's. This is probably important. GTA 3? In saying that, these cars look awfully smooth, although I can't picture GTA 3. Was Vice City that low quality? I don't think I ever played Vice City, to be honest. I think Driver. Could be any of those. Let's try Driver. Just Driver. Negative. See, now I'm thinking Driver even more. I'm not big on the racing style games or even driving in games. Very, very low resolution. Mafia? One, two, or three. Original platform PS2. It's gotta be GTA, right? GTA 3? A genre action adventure. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh shit. Here we go again. Game number 7. We have a boot. It's a boot time. Yeah, okay. Siphon filter. Wonder if this is from a cutscene. Must be. Siphon filter's a dope game. Wait, what? Is it Y? Negative. Is that a chicken? It's not MGS, is it? Metacritic score 96. I think it's Metal Gear Solid. At that, with a score like that, it kind of has to be Metal Gear. No. It's Resident Evil 4. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. Survival horror. Released in 2005. Okay, I would have guessed it from that one. Oh, and they even crop the screenshots too, so it's not what we see is maybe not the complete picture. That makes sense. All right, next game number 8. Got Stanley Parable vibes, but I don't think so somehow. Inside.
Thank you for the resub.
McQueeb Gravity.
Hey, Frosty, thank you, dude. Welcome back. Are you thinking of the end section of Inside? It's not a bad guess, honestly. I kind of like that. No luck. Metacritic score 95. That's Portal. This looks very, very much like Portal here. Maybe. PC, PS3, Xbox 360. Last of Us? Portal 2? I mean, maybe. It still feels like that. Fear. What a great game that was. There you go, Portal 2. Oh, come on now. Yeah, alright. Game number 9. Oh, shoot. What was the PlayStation exclusive where you fought giant... Yep. Yeah, that one. Yeah, this is you fight one specific boss here. I may have gotten that one as well. SCE Japan. No idea. Nintendo 64, most likely, I guess. Maybe an old PlayStation game. I don't know why this came to my mind. Klonoa? Actually, I have no idea. Klonoa video game. PlayStation game. No. Looks like a golf game. Hot Shots. Oh yeah, she's wearing a golf club. Hot Shots. Hot Shots Golf? Okay, mini golf. .91% Metacritic. Wow. Wii Golf? No, it would have a what are the little characters called? Avatars? It doesn't have like people that look like people. Could it be another sequel? Mario Golf. You got it. Wait, Kirby had a golf game as well? You nailed it. All right, we have a shooter. Some description. There's an army dude over here. Speed limit 35 though. Yeah, this is out of my wheelhouse. Kirby's Dream Course. Ah, okay. Okay. The speed limit applies to bullets. Yeah, apparently. Modern Warfare 2. Hey, look. Modern Warfare 2 specifically? Yeah, okay. Going dark. Yeah, I wouldn't. Not a million years. I wouldn't have guessed that. This looks like The Witness. A game I've never actually played, funnily enough. Or a Myst-like game. Although, in saying that, looking at the trees, they look a lot more abstract than I would imagine. Yet we have fairly semi-realistic grass here. We'll try The Witness. Everybody keeps telling me I'd like that game. I think it's going to frustrate me. Some of the puzzles are way too hard. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you get. That's a bit of a giveaway. There's one of the puzzles here. I think I have it. Maybe we should play it one day. Some of the puzzles really do try to blow your head off. Yeah, yeah. Guess the game. I like Halo for this one. I don't know about you folks. They're Halo mountains for sure. I think it's the texture and the color that really stand out to me. Halo Combat Evolved. Hey, nice. Yeah. Game number 14, we have a muddy street. It's like a cobblestone thief. I don't hate it. No. Metacritic score 92%. Maybe Call of Duty? Bloodborne. Okay. Nicely done. PS4. Yeah, okay. This is the last boss. Nicely done. You recognize the puddles anywhere. Nice. All right, we have some kind of hilly, mountainous area in desert adjacent. Final Fantasy 15. It almost looks not modern enough for that. You thought Final Fantasy 15 too? I'll put it in. Nah, this is a racing game for sure, right? It's the wing of a car. Metacritic 92. Forza Horizon. Oh my god, there's so many of them. PC, Xbox Series X and S. Racing game. Oh, we're running out now. Horizon 5. Hey. Released in 2021. There you go. Yep. I've heard good things about the Forza series. The last Grand Theft. No, the last. What's the PlayStation 1? Gran Turismo. The last Gran Turismo game. By the way, they're making a movie on Gran Turismo. It looks fucking ridiculous. The last Gran Turismo game I played, I think, was the first one on PS4, and it was like the loading times were enough to make me stop playing. They were that bad. Okay, we have some kind of shadow marionette papercraft background. Graphics are way lower than the game. Yeah, they're zoomed in a lot of the time, and I think even the actual screenshots when they're the complete picture might be lower quality as well. Super Meat Boy? Not getting that. It's like a Nightmare Before Christmas style. Aren't they doing Metal Gear as well? At least that would make a decent movie, not hey, Sony PlayStation Gran Turismo is running an event. They're taking video gamers and putting them into real cars. It's just so far-fetched to me. The Soul Factory area cutscene. Super Meat Boy, huh? Definitely not Limbo, which is the first thing that came to mind. Super Meat Boy. Jesus. I think I would have gotten that one. Metacritic 87%. Original platform, Xbox 360. That was an XBLA title, right? Bandage Girl. Nicely done. More trees! God damn it, there's trees everywhere. Twisted Metal. Oh. Breath of the Wild. This is all you. I have no idea. Never played Breath of the Wild, really. Nope. Another golf game? 94% Metacritic. Oblivion. Is this significant over here? Nice. I don't think I would have gotten that one. Actually, I take it back. Those HUD elements are pretty... They stand out a little bit. Alright. Nice. Okay, we got some kind of fight breaking out. Barricades. Far Cry game. Have I played any Zelda games? I did. Sorry, I take back what I said before. I did play a little bit of Breath of the Wild, but not enough to really recognize it. I played A Link to the Past. About it. I'm not a huge fan of them. Not to say they're good or bad or whatever, but yeah, just not my jam. Far Cry. I'm Oh my god, I didn't realize there was so many Far Cry games. BioShock Infinite. Is Far Cry not a... Did it have a subtitle? The base game doesn't seem to be here. Got it. 94%. That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty obvious, that one there. That's not a screenshot from the game. Alright, next. Some kind of sim game, Spore, Populous. Got a couple for Spore, okay. Nope. Too old for Metacritic. Chrono Trigger? Secret of Mana? I would have assumed those games would have like retroactive scores granted through Metacritic, no? There you go, you got it, nice. Original platform, SNES. Yeah, I've never played this, so... Everybody says this is an amazing game. Like, incredible. This may have been the one I was watching Melfina play a couple of nights ago. I don't know. Earthbound. Fury? With an I. What kind of game is Fury? Wow. Metacritic 76. I've never seen it. Originally on PC and PS4. The bullet hell game? Yeah, hack and slash bullet hell. Fury. As a 9 out of 10 rating on Steam. I've never seen it before. Well done. All right. Great soundtrack. Another forest scene. It's hard to tell if this is like artifacting or some kind of storm going on in the background, or more trees. MGS2? Hey, Endo, no sweat, dude. Could be anything. Yeah, fact. Metacritic score of 85. Books and video vending machine. Looks like it has Japanese writing on it as well. Books and video. It's the same thing on the side. Yeah, I don't know. Life is Strange. Does that take place in Japan? Okay. The Lobster. PS3, PS4 in Japan, and PS4 in North America and Europe. Lobster champion. Yakuza. It's not the base game at the very least. Action adventure. Yakuza 0. Nicely done. Any good? Like, would I enjoy a Yakuza game? Is it like you're running around solving puzzles, or is it more narrative than that? It's funny? Wait, it's a beat 'em up? Oh shit, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many games I haven't played. Wild to me. Wild. I thought Fallout with the lobster picture. I did. Kind of looks like a platformer, doesn't it? I was thinking, what's the slug cat game that I keep forgetting the name of? That's where my mind... Yeah, Rainwell. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's Dead Cells. That works as well, doesn't it? The right graphical style. Yeah. Good job, team. Good job. I wouldn't have gotten it from that or that. That I would have. I guess I just don't know the game well enough. I don't have many hours in Dead Cells. Next, this looks like a Final Fantasy of some description. Like an Alexander summon or something. Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy 9. I like that. I like that a lot. But it ain't it. Some kind of ballroom scene. Metacritic score 93. Yeah, could be a Kingdom Hearts. Another series that I haven't played. Nope. Original platform, PS3 and PS4. And then they throw this screenshot in, which is like the opposite of what I was thinking. Persona. Persona 5, Persona 3. Yeah, this is all you folks. I don't know. Platform PS3, PS4, so maybe an earlier one. Crap. 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 There's so many of them. Persona 5 for sure. Okay, color me impressed. JRPG. This is the one with the school kids, right? And at night they go hunting. Is Persona the one with the evil bear character? I've heard good things. Like, a lot of people rave about this series. Me personally never played it. And I think I know the evil bear that you're referring to, by the way. Oh, that's Dark Souls for sure, right? Persona's basically a full-time job. Dark Souls 3, I would have thought the first one. This bridge archway specifically. Too much bloom for Dark Souls. Dark Souls or Assassin's Creed. It's near. I don't know the order of these games. I'll try the base one. Yeah, it's definitely not Dark Souls then. I think you're right though. Yeah. I stuck with that one a little bit, and I remember these guys. I don't know why I stopped playing. I played it on stream, I'm pretty sure. A good couple of nights, at least. Wow, that is an obscure image. Mario 64? It's a Zelda game for sure. Banjo, okay. I don't mind. This green is very prominent. I don't mind a Mario guess. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Good one. Nicely done. They pick great screenshots. They really do for this. Quite clever. Okay, we have another water tower and trees. This could be a Far Cry game. Firewatch. I don't remember water towers in Firewatch, nor do I remember the trees looking as low poly as they do here. Last of Us? Life is Strange. Tell me about Life is Strange. Is that a game worth playing? Metacritic score 95%. This looks like a street out here. %. It's like a really good game. I can tell you it's not Katamari. Okay, good. Good. Last of Us. Nicely done. I wouldn't have gotten that. Original platform PS3. Oh, okay, maybe. Maybe. And then, yeah, okay. I would have got it by 4, I think. Released in 2013. It's 10 years old. How did you not? Oh, I mean, don't feel too bad. They're picking, like, you know, a quarter of the screen that's up here. You might not be paying attention to that. Hey, Buttertub, what's up, dude? Is this rain? Maybe. Guts as a Batman game. Like Arkham Asylum? Heavy Rain? Like PS3 graphics? That's where my mind went. Like it's very it's of its time. Heavy Rain. I like it. But it ain't that. Metacritic score 89%. Does that say none? Silent Hill? This almost says will down here, so like none of something will. Silent Hill 2. Left 4 Dead. They're all good guesses. PC and Xbox 360. Could be Left 4 Dead. Fahrenheit. Fear? You're bright for Fear, no? Wait, what? It's not listed? Number. That was it. Yeah, okay. Genre shooter. Yeah, I think I would have had to wait till number 6 for that one, I think. All right. Wow. Enhance. It almost looks like a taxi over here. Crazy Taxi. This could be like I think it was Crazy Taxi. It had a graphical representation of your car and which way it was facing with an arrow sticking out of it. So could be. You were thinking paint scraper. Yeah, fair. But it ain't that. Too old for Metacritic. This is going to take someone with some intimate knowledge, I think. From the graphics, it could be Redfall. Heyo! Simcopter? Really? Simcopter? No way. Holy shit. Well done. Yeah, I would never have gotten it. Never played it. Released in 1996. Hadn't even finished high school by then. What kind of game was it? I was always fascinated by the sim games, right? Like Sim Ant and Sim Hospital, but I never really played them. The only one I played back then was Sim City. And only 2000. I never played the original. It simulated a copter. Yeah. Thanks, Evil. It's a flight sim. Oh, okay. Callie, we're the same age? Hell yeah. Diablo. Did it have a river in it? Baldur's Gate. Diablo 1. Holy shit. Metacritic score 94. I don't recognize this at all. This I can buy, right? I don't remember there being a river, but I can buy it because of the angles and it. Yeah, I can buy that. This, no idea. I don't remember big pools of green shit in Diablo. The map overlay. Oh, good call. Good call. It's the poisoned well. Gee, you have a better memory than I do. Jesus. Yeah, this I would have got for sure. Such a good game. Such a good game. Outer Wilds music hitting, yeah. Yeah, there's something about that music, huh? Oh, the old, this is Photoshop? I played this yesterday. Doom? Doom 3? Dante's Inferno? Try Doom 3. Definitely not the first Doom. Nope. If the gradient wasn't enough, now we have some grass. This looks reasonably zoomed out, but it could be a portion of the screen. Dark Souls? Imagine if you were the artist who worked on the textures for this patch of grass right here specifically. You'd be like, that's my game. I did that. Oh, okay. You're metagaming now, Artress. You're like the fact that they're not showing you much tells you everything you need to know. We'll try Dark Souls. Jesus Christ. How? Can you Google image search them? Oh, these are all older games. Like this website adds a new one every day, so it's possible that there's a list of like the answers out there. I would hope we're not using that. But there's just no way, right? Released in 2011, action adventure, PS3, Xbox 360. So is relying on chat. Nah, this is couch co-op, and you're all sitting next to me. It's a big couch. It's all right. Plenty of room. Blood Moon. Can we try Bloodborne again? Nope, that ain't it. 77 Metacritic score. With some pink trees. Ghostwire, you're playing it now? Is that a good game? Wait, is that the one that was out on... was given away for free recently? It is Ghostwire. Never played it. PC, PS5, so brand new game. Or newish. It's on Game Pass, right? Okay, I would have got it from this because that's like... this is the guy on the box. Tango Gameworks. It's okay. I'm kind of overpass. I have no idea. Way of the Ninja 2D side scroller. I don't hate that response. I think there's merit there. Excellent game, by the way. Shinobido or Inido? No. Mark of the Ninja was what I was thinking of. That ain't it, though. '88 Metacritic. It feels like a 2D side scroller, though, right? The Forest. Wait, the Forest is the one where you plane crash on the island, right? A Night in the Forest. That's a 2D one. Night in the Woods. PC PS4. Story-focused adventure. What even are genres really? What? There you go. Yeah. 2017. Secret Lab and Infinite Fall. I haven't played this one, but I think I've watched a speedrun of it. More trees! Breath of the Wild? I'm going to rely on you for this one. They made a sequel to this one. Apparently it's coming out soon. Some kind of RPG? Fable, good guess. Can't remember Fable looking so sharp though. Gothic? Too bleak for Fable. That's a fair point. Well, it's worth a shot. First guess. Metacritic 85. $2004. Holy mackerel. 19 years. Yeah, this is how I remember it. Like the buildings are all slightly warped, and the people especially. Maybe with the exception of the player character, most of the other people looked elongated. Just ever slightly off, right? What's wrong with your face? See, I wouldn't have gotten it from this screenshot. This one I would have. Have I considered doing a nostalgia playthrough? What, a Fable? Or just old games in general? I don't think I'd revisit Fable. I don't have fond memories of it. More trees! Fantastic! No, I have no idea. That's a very different screenshot. Metacritic score 90%. Dota? Or League of Legends? From this screenshot? Where would this be? I wonder if it has... Dota was a mod, right? No. Original platform PC. You can go into first person in Dota. Oh, okay. Dota 2. I'm impressed. Very impressed. What does MOBA stand for? Multiplayer online battle something. Battle arena, okay. Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten it. Maybe with the word Valve written at the top here. I tried League of Legends once. There was a guy I used to work with, and during lunch we'd play a little bit. I was shit at it. I didn't understand it. Dota was originally made from the map editor of Warcraft 3. Dota 2 is different. Fair. Final Fantasy X? I wasn't thinking that, but I'm on board now. Skyrim? Another good guess. I think we should do another playthrough of Final Fantasy X. Such a good game. Not Final Fantasy X. World of Warcraft, perhaps? Yeah. Yeah, those graphics are unmistakable. Booty Bay! Remember the Chocobo racing. Don't talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. Game number 37. This looks like Death Star trench run type thing. Some kind of ring world. Dead Space. Dead Space works. There's a sequence in Dead Space that's like this. Yep. Why not start with that one? Oh yeah. More trees! A little bit more abstract. I bought the game. I bought the remake, and it's kind of one of the only games in recent history that I regret buying. Couple of reasons. One, it was like $70. Two, I don't know. I have fond memories of Dead Space 1, but I didn't feel any of that going back to Dead Space Remake. You bought the Callisto Protocol and you played 4 hours. Oof. Yep. Morrowind. Problem with a lot of these games is that, like Morrowind, you can go anywhere on the map, right? So to get a specific screenshot, it's not easy. The remake is probably the best remake that's ever been done. I don't disagree with that statement. Like, it was very polished. But the one thing I didn't like is a lot of just the way the story unfolds. Like, it's point A to point B, you fix something, C happens, you go fix C, D happens, and it's just this constant, like, non-stop things going wrong, and you have to catch up all the time. It just gets tiring, and it's like an old trope. And that's the story itself, right? Like, that's always been the case. I guess this time around I wasn't willing to overlook that. You bought XYZ games with an intention to play, but you watch me instead. Let's try Morrowind here. Or wind. No. Metacritic score 67%. This is a crime. Possibly a cloud, some description. Or a nose. A sky nose. Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper is an amazing game. The graphics of Sly Cooper for PS2 era were next level. Sea of Thieves, the Skull Cloud. Skull Cloud. Wait, that? Skull Cloud. I mean, okay. Ah! I found the screenshot, maybe. Nope. Nope, that ain't it either. Yeah, no idea. Sea of Thieves any good? I used to watch, there's a big Twitch streamer, what's his name? Sea of Thieves was kind of his thing, and he used to solo invade other people's ships and just Summit 1G. And he used to just hang out in their like hold area and like listen to their conversations, and just it was excellent gameplay, excellent commentary, really. Yeah, good stuff. Well, apparently 67% is a crime. I would never have gotten that. A snowy area. A long dark. More trees, of course. I think the first screenshot has to be trees. This one here looks a bit rough. This tree right here. Frostpunk. Not the long dark. And then we have the opposite here. Metacritic score of 90%. That's a very high score. Monster Hunter grass. Anyone in particular? Now we have pirate ships. Yeah, this tree here, it doesn't fit with the rest of the scene. Even these ones, which are the same distance, look better than that. Monster Hunter World. Okay. They sent me that game. Apparently it got a re-release on PS5, the one they sent me. And I tried it, and I know there's a few people in chat that wanted me to get more into it. I couldn't though. I couldn't. There was a massive disconnect with the game and the player. Whiskers McKitty. Too many mechanics for new players. Big learning curve, yep. And another thing, the default control scheme that they selected for that game was kind of the opposite of how my brain had been conditioned over the years. No, it wasn't World. Maybe it was Rise. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten that one. Trust me, there's trees here somewhere. There has to be. That's the rules now. Hollow Knight. Do you get that from the little signpost on the left? Hollow Knight Silksong. Yeah, okay. We'll select that in a few years when it comes out. Yeah, I would have got it by here for sure. 87%. I mean, even though that's a high rating, I would have expected higher. It's a good game. I like it. Okay, we've got some kind of field with a fence in the background. Looks like it's made of wood. A couple of shrubs, weeds, and tire tracks. That's the farm in Destiny 2? Witcher 3? Mud Runners. Are those games good? Because I've been looking at the snow version for some time. I was waiting for like a pretty significant sale. Fuck off! No way you guessed that. That's awesome. I might have got it by here. Maybe. That's wild. Well done. Well done. 4,000 hours does that. Okay. This is pinging my brain, but I don't know it. It's more the color scheme than anything else. Twilight Princess. Looks like Dredge. That's where, yeah, that's where I was heading towards. Wind Waker. The clouds aren't a giveaway for me. Let's try it. Wasn't Wind Waker more cartoonish? The characters were, but the backgrounds... Well, I mean, who knows? Nope. Oh. Metacritic score 90%. It's like Animal Crossing? Yeah. Okay. Oh shit, there's a dozen of them. Let's just go with the first one. New Horizons specifically. Original platform, Switch. This can't be Breath of the Wild, right? We've already had Breath of the Wild, I think.
Holy shit! Gifted subs.
JB 9821 with 5 gifties. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. It's like it's my birthday! In over a week. New Horizons. Is this a first person perspective? Genre simulation apparently. Yeah, I definitely would have. I mean, maybe here I would have got it, but not. I mean, not that game specifically. I would have just said Animal Crossing again. Change it to like JBZ or JB Money. JB Vegas. I don't know. 9821. I can get behind it. I can get behind it. Another mountain. This is The Witcher 3. Pommel of the Sword. Oh! I didn't even recognize that. Yeah, okay. Okay. First go. Here's some stairs without the pommel. Dead people. That's got to be Fez, right? Greece. PC and Switch. I've never played this game. I think I have it. And it's pronounced Greece, if I'm not mistaken. It's currently 75% off. You can get it for $4.24. And... oh, I don't have it. Thought I did. Offer ends May 8th if you want to pick it up. Greece is one of the most visually stunning platformers I've ever played. Light puzzles and relatively simple platforming challenges guide you through a short but memorable experience I'd recommend. That was from Rockley Smile. That's gorgeous. All right, we have Red Clouds. Wait, this is on the soundtrack? Oh my goodness. That's amazing. This feels like an Oblivion style game, doesn't it? We've had Oblivion already. I mean, there's nothing to say we couldn't have the same game twice. Could this be a RuneScape style game? I feel like I should know this one. It would be mean if they did some twice. Oh, fair. Okay, yeah. Red Faction. Was that the one on Mars? Try it. This looks like a building or castle up here, doesn't it? No. Metacritic score 86%. Shit, now I'm thinking like Returnal or going back to Oblivion. Yeah, Bad Fish, yeah. You get 6 guesses, and they give you increasingly more descriptive imagery. And then you hit the next button and it goes to the next one. There's like 300 and something games to play. This is big Returnal vibes. Big time. Especially this here, where it's sort of like deteriorating biomechanical stuff in the background. Shadows of Mordor? Very different color schemes? Yes, yeah. This doesn't scream Returnal at all, but this definitely does. I'm a lot less inclined to go Returnal based on this screenshot. Desert biome of Returnal. Ooh. Give it a shot. There it is. Should have gone with my gut. This would have solidified it. This one, not so much. Original platform PS5. Well, maybe. That's Celine. Game 46. Looks like we have some windows. Wait, you're actually changing your name, JB? I'd like you as JB9821. I just have to pause every time I read it. JBZ. EEZEE. It's like Diablo. We've had Diablo, I think. Definitely feels like Windows, but I don't know. It could be like we could be on the Death Star right now in Knights of the Old Republic or Dark Forces. And I can't tell. What's up, Blanda? How you doing? And Bob is here as well. Hello, Bob. Yeah, it could be like a space station, right? Like out in the distance. I'm not getting much from this. Alone in the Dark? It's worth a guess. Negative. There's a little snowman looking guy over here. Too old for Metacritic. Super Mario RPG? Okay, so now I'm curious. How does Metacritic work? Because again, a game that is so like synonymous with the gaming landscape would have been reviewed probably by older magazines not necessarily modern stuff, right? Legend of the Seven Stars. Here it is. Was it the snowman guy? I wouldn't have gotten this one. No way. Developer Square, not Nintendo. Incompatible review criteria. That's fair, I guess, yeah. I feel like this should be blatantly obvious to somebody. Tomb Raider game? Would be the sequel, if anything, right? Code Vein? Lost... Oh, Lost Planet! Metacritic score 70%. Now we're in a city. Now it's Code Vein. Played it last week. Is this the one I played? We had a Code Vein game a little bit ago, right? Anime Souls. No, Nier. I'm getting Nier and Code Vein confused. I've played this one on stream. I ended up giving up at a certain point. I can't remember when. But I liked it. And yeah, it was the load times. They made you run through these corridors between each zone. Fun for a while, not terribly good. That's exactly my thoughts on it, yeah. The Forge. Deep Rock Galactic. That's a lot of people voting for it. $85% Metacritic. This is better multiplayer, I've heard. Because I've tried it myself. I didn't have that much of a good time. If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Shooter RPG Dwarf Sim. He looks happy. You recommended it to your wife based on this chat and she didn't like it. Yeah, I went in solo and I remember it being difficult. And I only went on a few expeditions and then never returned to it. 100% fun with friends, not alone. Fair. You love the beard options in the game. Nice. This looks like a destroyed bridge. This could be a red faction.
Very generous. The gifted sub is great.
JB 9,821. Gifted a sub to J Fort. Thank you, dude. Apex Legends.
A gifted subscription?
He's still going.
Badass.
Gifted a sub to Callie. Screenshot too vague. Someone will get this. Someone will get this. I know it. I believe. Pictures all of 124 pixels. Yeah, welcome to Guess This Game.
Very generous. The gifted sub is great.
Yo! Thanks, JB. Planet Side 2. Hey, look. It's our closest guest thus far.
Badass.
Chill down with the subs. Who the fuck side are you on, Ferry? Just for that, you may get a sub.
It's like it's my birthday.
Thank you, JB. Thanks, brother. It's not Planet Side Arena, but we're on a desert, 88% Metacritic score. These buildings look quite distinct, don't they? It's Apex for real? I think I played Apex once. Never returned to it.
It's like it's my birthday.
God, I would not have guessed it from these screenshots. This looks like a colony sim of some description, right? There we go. That's more like it. You've gotten it on the fourth one? Oh, okay. Dropship. It's probably a bit of a giveaway. Thank you, by the way. That was Blander this time to Frosty Kirby. Go! And kind of beat him up.
A gifted subscription? Badass.
Thank you, JB. This one's easy? Shovel Knight. Do you know I've not played a Shovel Knight game? What's Shovel Knight? Oh!
It's like it's my birthday.
I know this one. Jousting game. It's 1-on-1. A big worm eats you at the end. Nidhogg. Thank you. Or it's pronounced Nidhogg. No, not genital jousting, no. There's the worm! Thank you, Blander, and again to JB. Appreciate you, folks. Thank you. There certainly is a sequel. Oh my god, we got 16-bit graphics. They put work into this game. The first one looks nothing like this. What the fuck is that? Wow. I actually played Nithog on a massive screen at the YouTube space in Los Angeles when I lived there. This came out in August of 2017. I hadn't heard of it until today. Controls are super simple. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Wow, this one was released in 2014. So they spent 3 years making the sequel.
Thanks for gifting that sub, dude.
A gifted sub to Sir Chris. That's 180 gifted subs in the channel. Thank you very much, JB. 9821. Nice. Next. Okay, so I don't know what this is, but it feels like
a gifted sub. It's like it's my birthday.
It feels like it's. By the way, folks, you can wait a week. My birthday's in less than 10 days' time. This feels like one of those like sim games or strategy type games, but this isn't the gameplay. This is the main menu. That's what it feels like to me. If you talk, you'll gift. Oh God, don't say that out loud. Found the infinite money glitch? Wouldn't that be nice? Might be an Anno game or Pirates. Did Pirates? So I don't remember Pirates looking like this. That was like, that's a late 80s, early 90s game, right?
Very generous. The gifted sub is great.
Blanda's jumping on board. Pirates had a remake. You can try it. Oh, it might be a city builder or town building sim. It's not Warcraft, is it? No, it never looked like this. I don't think it had height. I think it's Civilization. You're interested to know which one? Well, this is all you, because that ain't my Black and White 2. Wow. It's his birthday. No, it's not though. Don't gift if you think it's my birthday, because it's definitely not. I promise you it's not. It's this month, but it's not today. Civilization. There's like half a dozen of them. Civ 6. Rise and Fall, Gathering Storm, Civ 6. Here we go. Hey, nice. I wish I could find enjoyment
subs here.
in
right here.
Thanks for the 5 gifted. And Blanda for another couple. Thank you, folks. I do plan on doing a 24-hour stream on my birthday. I was planning on that. So Civilization's the one where the first game had a bug, right? And you would talk to Gandhi, and Gandhi would nuke you, I think. Are we finishing Alien Isolation this year? Oh shit, I forgot all about that game. I'd rather not. No, but Gandhi wasn't automatically in like fuck you territory. There was a bug specifically with the game, and he would revert to that based on responses he got or something. Gandhi had a 1 for violent AI, but something would lower it and lower aggression, and it would reduce during the course of the game an underflow. There you go. Yep. His piece value was so high that if you got too peaceful. The counter ticks over to uber hostile. Yeah. It's actually a very similar story to the original XCOM. So the XCOM had difficulty settings built in, but they were all at the highest difficulty. It didn't technically work. So when they made a sequel, they based the sequel off of people's responses to the first game. And it was super difficult already. And they're like, okay, well, let's crank up the volume for Terror from the Deep. And it was notoriously stupidly hard. Fucking devs, man. Always messing stuff up. This feels like Katamari. I just don't know. Did I not bring the music back? First go! Yeah, those trees are a giveaway for sure. Funnily enough, I wouldn't have gotten it from this one. PS2? Or that. This I might have. XCOM's about a bad day getting worse. So one of my mods and I grew up together, Jermaise, some of you know him. We used to play XCOM together. He did the driving and I was sort of there as moral support. And I just had the best time playing that game with him. It's so weird that playing that stuff myself doesn't have the same vibe. Overwatch? I was going to say, what was the last game from Arcane Studios before Redfall? Deathloop. That's where my brain goes here. Oh, Piff has the same thoughts. Okay, try it. No. Some point and click game. Don't remember it being cartoony. Oh, it was very, very cartoony. Well, stylized, realistic, I would say. Looks like a storytelling game. Might be Overwatch. Team Overwatch. Metacritic score 91%. You nailed it! Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that. No way. Here I would have gotten it. I recognize that character. It's a super popular game, though. Like, I can see it with the score it's got. I wouldn't play it. I'm not a shooter guy, but I can appreciate it. Oh, here we go. Do you like the color gray? Because this is how you get gray. Give me one sec, folks. I'll be right back. I'll let you mull this over. It's probably fucking Limbo. Okay. Dear Esther. It's another game I haven't played. I should probably put that one on my list. I have Dear Esther. Was Dear Esther the original walking sim? God, they've got a stack of screenshots of Dear Esther, and my goodness, they all look the same. It's just landscape after landscape. Picture of the clouds. You don't recognize the landscape here? The shoreline? Escape from Tarkov? Plague Tale? Whoever guesses correctly and isn't a sub gets a sub. That's the deal. JB, you're my dealer. Thank you, brother. Limbo doesn't have that depth. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Not Dear Esther. Now we have landmines in the, well, water mines. Inside. Outside. Nice. I'm surprised I didn't get it from that, but yep. Yep, spot on. This is a giveaway. Oh, come on. Yeah. I personally love Inside. I think it's an amazing game. A lot of people don't, though. I know the story's quite nonsensical and whatnot. What was the rating here? 87. You didn't really like the game? No, that's fair. That's fair. But it's funny to see that there's a very, nobody ever says, oh yeah, the game was okay, right? They either like, that game was awesome, which I am in that camp, or nah, that wasn't for me. You like the Blob? I thought the Blob was great. Game number 55. We have green footprints on a wall? Maybe? And question marks. Is this hell? Maybe Get Even. What's Get Even? Never heard of it. Take a deep breath. Try to remember. A girl, a chair, a bomb. Just keep calm. Follow the voice into the depths of your memory. Relax and search for the darkest memories of the deepest recesses of your mind. Can you find her? The clock is ticking, and this is just part of the treatment. I've never heard of this game. I have this game. I certainly didn't buy it. I must have got it in a bundle or sent the code. It's from Bandai Namco. Came out in 2017. Batman Riddler? With the question marks? Doesn't explain the footprints though. I'll try it. If it's here. Yeah, there it is. Not Get Even. Metacritic score 91%. That's very high. We got some police cars from the 90s. Could be Batman. Arkham Asylum. God, what a team you are. What's this? Did you fight Poison Ivy in that one? It was? Okay. Okay. Generic bad guy. What a game, though. That was an incredible game. I love that so much. It had the right power curve. Right? You start off with very little toys, and by the end of the game you're very strong, but it wasn't overpowered. It was in line with what was required of you. They did an amazing job. It's very good. Couldn't finish it? You didn't enjoy it at all? You haven't played any of them? I would recommend the Arkham games, not the latest one. Ignoring the one that just came out, which was like a different team. I don't know, it's from a different series of comic books. The first couple of Arkham games were dope. You're not sure what exactly turned you off specifically? Oh, that's fine. I mean, shit, you watch me on a daily basis. You'll see me quit games and move them to the dreaded center left of the screen. Yeah, you don't want to end up there. Next, we got a set of stairs. This looks like Skyrim. Not Skyrim. Metacritic score 85. Dragon something? Dragon Age? You got a few to choose from. Original platform, PC, PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. Dragon's Dogma. Inquisition. There's a spiky boy. I'm out. I have no idea. Fallout? No, nothing in Fallout looks like that. Have we failed all 6 guesses? No. Let's try Inquisition. There it is. You got it. Released in 2014. Wait, is this the one I tried to play but I couldn't get it to run? No, it was a Dragon Age game, and it had a programmable companion system, much like Final Fantasy 12. It was a Dragon Age game. I can't remember which one, but I had so much problems running it. Origins, possibly. Yeah. More trees. You want to play Final Fantasy 12 now? I'm surprised you didn't get your daily Final Fantasy 12 in. It's part of a good diet. Shows how forgettable the game is when you don't even remember the giant spiky boss. You didn't finish Final Fantasy 12? What'd you get up to out of curiosity?
Thank you for the resub.
Mycologist, hello. Thank you very much for the 22-month subscription. Actually, I think I played through it last birthday. It was Final Fantasy. Well, we did them all, I think. This looks like it was the long drive from 4 years in the future. Yeah, 12 is one of my favorites. I put 10 and 12 on equal footing as my favorites. I don't recognize the house, but I feel like I should. Nothing can ever beat Final Fantasy VII for you? I think the story in Final Fantasy VII, the original, not the remake, is the best, but the gameplay doesn't match up to my my expectations there. Red Lantern. Never heard of Red Lantern either. Red Lantern survival game for Nintendo Switch. Immediately, just looking at the screenshots, doesn't come close to the colors scheme here. It's very pink. This is way more red, but... Oh, there's a pupper in it! Okay. 7 Days to Die. I don't know. Red Lantern would have been good at $10, but they charge 25. Okay. Oh, it's all about dog sledding. Okay. Ashley Burch is the voice actor. Oh, right on. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to hit the skip button here. Metacritic score, 78%. Motorsport Rescue. A rally game. I think it's dirt. Whoops. Definitely a sports driving game, yep. Which one, though? PC, PS4, Xbox One. Should give you some indication as to the time frame. 4 or 5. The only rally game I've ever played heavily was Colin McRae, and that was because it was on a demo PC in a store that I worked at. Dirt 4 it is. I've watched a little bit of rally on TV, and the mental fortitude that these drivers and navigators have is astounding. Like they are just on it, and the focus is it's exhausting watching them.
Subscription, badass.
Colin McRae wishes it looked this good. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Mind you, I didn't work in that store until my early 20s, and we're going back a few years now, yeah. JB with the gifted sub to Thessel, thank you. I'm getting Spore here. Kingdom Hearts. Subnautica because water. You're right, actually. Subnautica is one of the 5 games with water in it. So it's a fair guess. I'm thinking Spore personally, but it could be a misleading screenshot as well. Kingdom Hearts 1. There's a couple of people with Kingdom. Alright, let's go Kingdom Hearts then. If you're fucking right, I will shit myself. Negative. Metacritic 84%. See, this I don't recognize. Looks like we've got some kind of waterfall or mana source back here. Definitely Spore. Yeah, there's something about this. And you know what it is specifically, if I may? It's the depth effect. Now there's like stuff that is close, but it's focused
badass.
Closer to the back here. Don't recognize that either. Oh wait, there's one of them. There's a sporling. Sometimes I should trust my gut. Yeah, true. 2008. My goodness, 15 years. You recognize the village. So here's the thing. I never played Spore this far. I stopped. I stopped as soon as I was out of the water and restarted every time. Well, we've got a road. Road rash. Road Rash was great. That was a Genesis game. Or Mega Drive if you're from my neck of the woods. Try it. Not Road Rash. Metacritic score 94%. Jesus. It's Burnout. Cyberpunk. I think it was Burnout 2 was my favorite one. Number of hours I put into that. PS2 and Xbox. Maybe this Burnout 2. Burnout 3, you think? There it is. Yeah, I think Burnout 2 had the best crash modes, and they tried to replicate that in later versions, but it was never anywhere near as good. Great series. They tried to bring it back, right? Like former devs formed their own studio and it wasn't anything like its original. Great game. Do you like some stairs? The Sims? In a castle? I'm thinking more Ultima. I'm with you. Yeah. Nope, it's The Sims. All right. All right then. 92%. With a TV. Okay, fair. I didn't see the TV. Okay. Yes, the hot tub and talks of donkeys. Yeah. Yeah. Just ultimate things. Knights of the Old Republic. Looks like Star Wars something because of this building or ship down here. They're remaking KOTOR, right? On PlayStation 5, no less. What's it, Sony title? It's cancelled. Oh, I literally read about it a couple of days ago. There you go, KOTOR. Holy shit. Two sons? That's impossible. What a cool game. What a cool game. It's a damn shame. I wish I hadn't read that it's cancelled. So I'm thinking here it's oh, it what was the game? It's another like god game where you play not Populous but post-Populous. Black and white? That's what I'm thinking. The KOTOR remake is not cancelled. Okay. Okay, good. A terrible shot from Just Cause. By far from release, but the game is not being cancelled. Just moved to a different studio instead, in the hopes that the second team can do a better job than the first. Okay. Might as well be cancelled. Well, yeah, we know how these things go, right? Not Just Cause, and not anything that I recognize. 93% Metacritic score. Skies of Arcadia? Legend of Mana. Smash Ultimate, Smash Brawl. Dead Island 2 went through 3 different dev teams and seemed to have turned out okay. Is it any good? I haven't really caught much of the streams. Enjoyable, dumb fun. Not something you play for the story. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm still pissed off at the trailer for the first game. That would have been a game. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. What the fuck? Okay.
Hey, thanks for gifting that sub, dude.
One gifted sub coming in for Bagel Goose. Thank you, JB. I don't know. I'm not much of a Smash player, but I would never have gotten this. Okay, maybe with the sideways Jigglypuff. Big in the competitive scene, Smash, right? Like it's esport material. Oh god, this looks like Half-Life. GoldenEye? Yep. Yeah. Bam. Holy ugly game, Batman. Woof. This one's easy. The screenshots are bad, it holds up. Superman 64. These buildings in the background are what is drawing my eye. This game has one of the best OSTs. Hotline Miami? Magic Carpet? God, I love that game. I love that game. Here it is. I would not have guessed that from this screenshot. Well done. Well done. Hotline's a little bit too fast for my play style. Yeah, every other screenshot I think I would have gotten. But this one... Happy Friday. Game number 65. No. It's not ringing any bells at all. Especially since it seems like it's upside down. Evil. So Magic Carpet is one of my old favorite games. It never clicked with me for quite some time, and then once I understood how the progression worked and how you could actually get stronger, yeah, that's something special. It's a great game. Little Big Planet? The menu of Guitar Hero. You liked Heat Signature because it was slow-paced. Hotline Miami. Oh, interesting. Okay. Demon Dice? A lot of very different responses here. I'm not seeing any of that. Paper Mario? I'll give it a shot. It's fucking Guitar Hero. Holy shit. It is not Guitar Hero. I could have sworn. Guitar Hero 2. Or Rock Band, maybe that's it. There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't have got it from that. Fucking, I don't know who would get it from that. This definitely screams music game though. I used to play the shit out of Rock Band. It was an excellent game. Good fun. We have a finish line. Some kind of race. This looks like somebody's arm up here. Might not be. Definitely an older game. Nintendo Olympics. Micro Machines. Tony Hawk. Looks like he's balancing. Oh, I wouldn't have thought this was a rider, but yeah, you might be right. Secret level in Tony Hawk. First game? Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking incredible. Wow. Yeah, okay. None of these look like that. Yo, John, what's up, dude? Like a Pikmin style game? Although the butterflies are now throwing me off. Another Animal Crossing? We've had an Animal Crossing already. So it would have to be a different one than the one we had before. Spyro type game. Banjo-Kazooie.
The continued support means so much.
Pershawn 1. Thank you very much. 9 months. Super Monkey Ball. Rayman. The butterflies are still throwing me off. I'm inclined to think Animal Crossing from the butterflies alone. Mario Galaxy? Spyro had butterflies. Yeah, these little fuckers you collect, right? Mario Galaxy, there you go. 97%! So, even though the graphics look bad, it could be incredibly zoomed in. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, this here is definitely Galaxy, I'm pretty sure. Bam. That was a good game. I enjoyed that. The Wii had some freaking bangers, man. Oh. I forget its name. I know exactly what game it is, though. Oberdin. It's a game I never finished. Little bit too much brain power required of me for this one. It's actually pretty difficult game too. Next, we have a porta potty outside a building with a circular door. In some kind of compound with razor wire at the top here. This is Fortnite? Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I would never have gotten it. Maybe here I would have got it. Maybe. You recognize that porta potty anywhere? I probably would have said, what was the game from the devs of Fallout New Vegas? Outer not Outer Wild, Outer Worlds. That's where I was going with it, but I'm glad you jumped in there. You don't remember round doors in the game? I barely remember the game at all. But I don't know, something. This just looks familiar. You're addicted to the guessing games? Yes, same. I'm not great at them, but it's fun, especially working with you folks. Bayonetta? I was leaning towards Elden Ring for a moment. Like God of War is another great guess. All right, we've got a couple with Bayonetta. Not Bayonetta. See, now I'm going, oh, is this Myst? 94% Metacritic. That's one of the highest we've seen. God of War? This is, yep. Where the big snake is. It's interesting they don't differentiate this with the first game. Is it Atreus? And that's Freya's house? Nice, nice. Poppy fields. Mr. Holy Shit is resident expert. I mean, to be fair, how many times do you see poppies in a video game? I think you could count down on one hand. City in the background? Where? Am I missing a city in here? Mm-mm. Too green for New Vegas. I'm sure we'll see a Fallout game sooner or later. Yeah, I have, you can hit ! soundtrack if you want to link directly to all of the songs that I have here. I don't have the ability to tell you, other than me looking at it, I don't have the ability to sort of identify the current song being played. I tried to figure that out, but it's not easy. The top middle of the city surrounded by water? I just thought that was a rock. Anyway, yeah. Skyrim. I wouldn't have gotten it until... Shit, that looks more like Morrowind. Here, probably. Got it on the last one? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep. We have another desert. PUBG? I'm in like Red Dead territory here. PUBG? I don't know, man. Have we had Red Dead Redemption? We have, right? In PUBG? Fuck me. How? A certain look of the rocks. Like this weather effect on the rocks, I guess. Vegetation's the giveaway. Well, my hat is off to you, friends. That's impressive as hell. Yeah, I would never have got it. This helmet is the only identifying mark I've seen thus far. Developer Bluehole / PUBG Studios. Okay. This is a golf game. Tiger Woods, which one? Am I sure this is... Well, no. Wii Sports. Iton. Well done. Well done. You got that from the first one too, huh? Tiger Woods is one of my favorite golf games, by the way. 04 specifically. Day of the Tentacle? Shining in the Darkness. Undertale. I don't think it's Day of the Tentacle because... Well, I don't know if this was a building in that game. I know Day of the Tentacle very well. I don't recall anything looking like this. I'll try Shining. It's not even there. Nope. Metacritic score 85, so it's definitely newer than the games we've been thinking. Shovel Knight. I may have got it from this, maybe. 50-50. Yeah, I'm just not that... Well, obviously, there's the guy. I'm not that familiar with the game. Well done. And you got it from this one, of all things. Is there a water carrier in Shovel Knight? Is she... important? So much fun in co-op. Yeah, I've not played it ever. And they brought out a new one, right? Maybe it was on Apple Arcade or something. Shovel Knight Dig. You can dig up the pile there. Oh, this here? Got it. That's XCOM. Welcome back, Blanda. It was the user interface right here telling you where you could stand. That was the giveaway here. Celeste? Oh, Jump King's a good guess too. Bam! Not bad for someone that doesn't even play the game. This is an interesting look here. This looks like background art. But this here looks very 90s in nature. Even though it looks quite sharp and very easily identifiable, it's just got that vibe to it, that 90s sort of hand-drawn, or at least, you know, computer-aided drawn aesthetic to it. Affinity. Yeah, Mist is where my mind went, but I could be way off. Pillars of Nosgoth. Legacy of Cain. Let's try Divinity. Divinity. Not the first game. 93% Metacritic. We've had Oblivion, so I don't think we can get that again. You think number 2? Worth a shot. Nicely done. Is this a good RPG? Or is it more of an ARPG? It's excellent. Turn-based. Or real-time with pause. Okay. It was amazing. That's big praise, Callie. Let me see if I've got him. I do have it. Developer's cut. Right. Wait, that's a different game? Oh, hold up. Divinity 2 is not original. Oh. Oh. I do not have it. Okay. God, that's a mindfuck, isn't it? Okay. I want to say Gone Home. Could be wrong. Or something else that takes place in like 90s-ish. I'm gonna try Gone Home. Yeah. It's an excellent story. Gone Home is really well done. Relatively short. You could probably finish it in less than 5 hours. But it's quite touching. It's well written. I will skip all of the images actually, just to be on the safe side. Don't want to ruin it for anyone. All right, we have a transformer box on a power pole here. New Vegas. Could be Uru. What's Uru? Isn't Uru the Aboriginal name for Ayers Rock in the center of Australia? Maybe that's Uluru. Uru game. Oh, it's a Myst game. Alright, let's try Fallout. New Vegas. Well done! I would not have gotten that from this. Here I would have gotten it. 84%. You can't get into it, you need to play with the friends for it to be fun. Oh, why is that? Is there a, is the multiplayer component life-changing? That screams Fallout for sure. Come on. The color of the interface is the giveaway there. I never got into... Well, I did. That's a lie. I played New Vegas quite a lot. But I encountered pretty significant bug. I don't think I could complete the Khan's quest line towards the end of the game. And it broke. I never went back to it. I've still got Fallout 4 installed on my computer. I should probably get around to installing mods for that and going for it. Oh. Is this Ocarina? The engine game broke, shocker. Facts. You never finished New Vegas because your save game got corrupted to the point of being unplayable. Yeah, I mean, any of these games, the term "it just works" isn't necessarily true. Could be Rayman? Oh, Ocarina. No. Metacritic score 96%. That's extremely high. Wind Waker. I remember the discourse around the look of Wind Waker so much that I highly doubt the 96%. Like, people hated the look of this game. I should play what again? The music? Oh, Infernax? It's on my list to revisit. There's like 2 new characters now that weren't in the game back then. Does anyone want some triangles on the moon? P.S. I don't know if this is the moon. Oh, I just realized, can I go full screen in Firefox? Is that a thing? Yes. Star Wars game, maybe. We've had Knights of the Old Republic already. I don't recognize this at all. TIE Fighter? Looks like 1999. Isn't a Dune game? The only Dune game I remember is Battle for Arrakis. It's RTS game. Could be No Man's Sky. No. No. Even zoomed in, No Man's Sky is a lot higher definition than this. Way too clear for No Man's Sky. Battlezone? Wait, Battlezone was the wireframe game. Kerbal? I have no idea. I'll try Elite Dangerous. Could be Kerbal. 88% Metacritic. There it is. Nicely done. Nicely done. Oh, come on. That's the third screenshot? Come on. Is this literally the moon? Is this what the moon looks like? I've never played the game, so. The first screenshot's either you know it or you don't. There's no in between. Yeah, facts. Yep. You made it to the moon once. Vowed never to touch it again. That's Braid. That game is such a mindfuck. Such a good game, but a lot of brain stretching in that one for sure. Didn't even let us guess. Hey, if I know it, I know it. Willamette, Colorado. Do you want to take a guess at where Frank West was flying above? GeoGuessr. Flight Simulator? Oh shit, you know what? You could be right. Maybe this is a red herring. Damn. I've covered wars, you know. Oh, I know this. Do I know this? I've certainly seen this before. Is it a 90s game? Stardew? Maybe I don't know it then. Certainly not a 90s game. You nailed it! Name and favorite thing. Preference, dogs or cats? Weird preference. Well done. Well done, folks. I wouldn't have gotten that. Ms. Queeb, I think she liked this game, except she didn't like... She used a money cheat, and she had a good time with it. She didn't like the buying and selling component. Game 85. We have a fan, desk fan, telephone, control. Yeah, Control. I've never played the game, so I'm relying on you folks here. Five Nights at Freddy's. You know what? That's not a bad guess. I would buy that based on this screenshot. Control was fun, but never beat it. You didn't care for the combat. So here's the opinions that I've been given about Control. Best game ever, worst game ever, and there's no other options. I think it's a love or hate situation with Control. The greatest atmosphere of any game in history. That's the big sales pitch right there. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten this one at all. Oh, maybe from here, just because female protagonist, maybe. SCP the game. Not the first time I've heard that either. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is Kerbal Space Program. Nice screenshot. Looks like Top Gun. Could be something from that era. Your brain's saying Kingdom Hearts. It's the end in Minecraft? Not that color, no. Pilot Wings? You know what? That's just crazy enough to be right. It's not there! It looks like a shoreline. Oh, what? Instead of you're looking down, not okay. Could be Minecraft. It could be. Fuck off! Come on now. Yep. Easy. 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 The repeating end ground texture? No, this is desert, right? The end is purple. This is sand. And the reason I thought it was Minecraft is because there is like these randomly placed... This is probably cactus. That is high above the clouds. I thought significantly zoomed out. I wouldn't have thought above the clouds, but yeah. Yeah. You swear that's the end? Okay, you are right about the color of the ground. But it's black in the background, or dark purple, not blue. Honestly, lucky guess. Lucky guess. Yeah, a little bit good. Okay. Counter-Strike? No! Wait, go back. Press the wrong button. Counter-Strike source? Counter-terrorist terrorists. Why is it not accepting CSGO? I think they, at some point, they should combine the games, which is weird because I know for a fact in this, they combine the Binding of Isaac and the Binding of Isaac Rebirth. But anyway, that's fine. We got it. We got there. No, it can't be Counter-Strike. This person is holding the knife and not switching between the knife and their primary weapon repeatedly. So. Alright. We have, looks like a waterfall at the end of time. They completely disregard the old God of Wars. Oh, they're not in the game at all? Well, I brought that up because we had God of War 2018 and it was just God of War. Ocarina of Time. Negative. It's definitely 64 graphics. Crash Bandicoot. Glover? Wait, Glover is the name of a game? He's Glover. They're not Donald Glover. Glover, video game. Follows a magical four-fingered glove named Glover in his quest to restore the Crystal Kingdom by retrieving crystals that were lost. Look, I'm going to take your word for it. I've never even heard of this game. You nailed it! Man, there's a glove. Oh, is it like a physics puzzle? Like a monkey ball-esque? Alright. Glover. Casually challenged. Did you change the color of your name again? You're now a tan color. Lighter brown. Jack and Daxter. It's a Jack JK. You got a few to choose from. The Lost Frontier and the Precursor Legacy. Precursor. You nailed it! Yeah, I wouldn't have got this either. Metacritic of 90%. Wow. See, this is what I'm saying. This is a PS2 era game. We got a Metacritic score of 90%. When did Metacritic start? They obviously didn't go back in time to when, like, paper magazines were a thing. Right? You go to the newsagent at the end of the week and you pick up Edge for $15 fucking dollars or whatever it was. So at what point did they start? Is this an online review only? 1999? Yeah, I maybe from the hair here, but I'm not I don't know the game very well. That was Naughty Dog as well. Demo discs and PC mags. Oh, hell yeah. Those got up in price, though. Like a copy of Edge, which in Australia would have been imported. Like 15 to 20 bucks isn't a stretch for one of those. The October Labor Lottery is complete. Your name is pulled. October 1982. Labor Lottery. Like papers, please? Oh, really? It is? Oh. Okay. There you go. I would have expected more, didn't Arstotzka have its written language based closely on Cyrillic, or at least having Cyrillic characters replacing regular characters? I thought it did. Maybe I'm incorrect. You're under arrest for associating with suspicious groups. That's me every day, baby. They're called chatters. You'll get used to them. I remember that. Funnily enough, I haven't played this at all. I think I watched Bear Taffy play it. Oh, did we have another blip? Hang on a sec. Come on. Stabilize. I think I disconnected for a second. Is everybody still here? Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna ask Ms. McQueeb if she did anything on her end. Hang on. No, it's mine. The same shit as always. It's better now, but yeah, it's still sometimes unreliable. Let me give me 1 sec. I'll just go talk to Ms. McQueeb. Never mind, she's not even working anymore. She finished for the day. It happened as soon as your wife got home? Ah, okay. Can you ask her to stay home from now on instead of leaving the house? Very clever game. I never got into it myself. Yeah, I watched Bear Taffy and other streamers play it. Let's all blame our spouses. Let's not. I like you guys alive, so yeah, we'll keep it that way. Great. Game 91. Great. I assume the word great could mean like a good shot. Maybe it's another golf game. You don't have a spouse to blame? It's fair. You need more? No idea from that. Same. Virtual hide-glide. Fishing vibes? Could be. Let's look for fishing. Say get bass fishing. Okay. Metacritic score of 69, so it's Pokemon something. Oh, you think Digimon? Pokemon Go? I don't think I've ever seen a player character or an NPC in Pokemon Go. Colosseum? The most recent one. Oh my god. There's so many. Must be Pokemon Go? I'm still reluctant because of this, but if you think it is... 100%. 100%. All right. Nailed it. So what is this then? You go up against like artificial gym trainers or something? It's a janky player model. 69%. Right, there's the giveaway. That's fair. That's a good line of thinking, actually. Yeah, most Pokemon games wouldn't go that low. You can go up against other people. Ah, okay. CP, here we go. I would have got it by here for sure. So that's one thing I wasn't aware of. AR mode. Okay. Niantic. Yeah, it shows you just how far back I played Pokemon Go. I thought Pokemon Go was... Like, I lived in Florida at the time this came out. And I went out to a pretty trendy part of Orlando, the city I was in. And there were people everywhere, all looking at their phones, some walking around by themselves, some walking around in groups, and they were all playing Pokemon Go. It was wild. Like, it got people out of the house. It died off pretty fast. Yeah. Yeah. This particular song, if you're curious, Val, is from Infernax. We've had a few songs from this game. Guess that game. I would have said Mass Effect if it wasn't for the colors on this particular planet right here. There's a gym in North Korea in the DMZ. What, really? That's wild. Ratchet and Clank. Did they ever release... Did this ever become a thing? Or is it shit canned? It's in limbo, yeah. Okay. This is a tough one. I think if anything was, it's not in limbo. Interesting. There was a business next to your house and you would connect to the gym from there. Used to be so proud about that. The smart businesses would put signs out the front saying there's, you know, a gym here or whatever. Space Station 13? X2? Do you know what? I like that one. Is that even... Hello? No. Okay. If anything's going to be a giveaway, it's going to be this sort of atmosphere re-entry trail. It's extremely low resolution though. Homeworld 2? You know what? Let's roll with it. How can Homeworld not be listed? What? Quake 2. I'm surprised that it's not even listed. It is not Quake 2. A Metacritic score of 97%. Possibly the highest we've seen thus far. And I don't recognize this cockroach either. Metroid something? Okay. Metroid Prime? This creature? Maybe, but the background... Give it a shot. I don't recognize this at all. I'm blown away. Okay, well, yeah, fine. Yep, yeah, okay. So this creature here, I'm guessing is the same creature as this. It must be the quickest of screen grabs from a cutscene. Ducts for the ball. What along here? Doesn't look like it. This just looks like small indents, but not big enough for a morph ball. Zeke played it recently. $99 for Ocarina of Time. I don't think we got that far to see the Metacritic score, but I'd believe it. Okay. Oh, please. Clearly the Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac in space. Final Fantasy? I don't hate that. The end of Final Fantasy VII. Diablo 4. Looks like people down here, yeah. Oh, Diablo intro. Okay. Freaking good job. Very good job. What was that? Thessel? Holy shit. This is from a cutscene, not from the game. Did I just type Diablo? Yes, I did. Oh, it's not the intro. It's from the Act 2. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's clear as day. Yeah. 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 Okay. You started skipping them after your first playthrough, yeah. I didn't skip one. I just entered FTL. It was stupid obvious. I've seen that screen hundreds of times. Paper Mario. I don't know if I've ever played Paper Mario. Papers, please, Mario. Yep. 1,000-Year Door? I'm getting, like, Monkey Island vibes again from this, but, like, upscaled? Or remade? Yeah, casually challenged. You read my mind. 1,000-Year Door. All right. You nailed it! I wish I had some older consoles. I know I could probably emulate, but probably not the best to emulate stuff if you're a streamer. Yeah, this one's always intrigued me. I've watched other people play it. Unfortunately, most of the people that I watch play it are speedrunners, and I don't get to see the way the systems work and stuff, which I think I'd be right into. First picture was part of a doc where you got stuck for too long. Got it. Okay. This looks like an action RPG of some description. Hades? Even with the stars here? Transistor. I've never played Transistor. You nailed it! Wait. Yeah, this is the one I tried to play and couldn't because it fucked up my screen's resolution. It didn't like trying to run on my PC. Another thing, I downloaded the PS4 version on my PlayStation 5, but never got around to playing it. Halo? I believe we've had Halo already. The Division. Max Payne? Pac-Man Super Tournament. Wait, are you serious? Get Max Payne. I'm willing to agree, tentatively, because of this down here. These four lights here. I don't know why they stick out in my mind. Not Max Payne. Metacritic score 85%, and we have a trash can with some scribbles in it. There's some nice floors. Don't. They're artificial. It's not real wood. Engineering designs. Mahogany, the floor of the game. Could be from a cutscene, true. Although, I'm actually don't believe it is. And the reason I say that is because of how sharp the waste paper basket is. This looks like an in-game item, not a pre-rendered cutscene. Is the contents of the waste paper basket anything to go on? Like, does that look like anything in particular? I can hit the skip button. We could take a guess. Theme Hospital? Negative. Original platform, PlayStation 5 and 4. Originally out, so it's brand new-ish. Last couple of years. Some kind of wheel. Could be Spider-Man. PlayStation 5 and PS4. So PlayStation exclusive. Last couple of years. The red... The outfit certainly screams Spider-Man, doesn't it? The newest Uncharted on PlayStation 5. Miles Morales. Five internet points to Sparty. Well done. I would not have gotten that. Okay, so we got Brooklyn Bridge. They love zooming in on these screenshots, don't they? What, you didn't recognize the waste paper basket? Well, that's what I was saying. Is there anything specifically here that stands out? Like this... Whatever, right? Like, is it a... It could be the plans for the web slinger or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, screenshot number 6 is a little bit of a giveaway. Yeah. I don't know if I've played Miles Morales. I played the first Spider-Man. They had a big problem with power creep in that game. I went around and did all the backpacks and collectathon before I went, like, I don't know, I was about a third of the way through the story missions, and I was stupid strong. I couldn't be beaten at that point, so it kind of was a bit of a disappointment. I did that to myself. Final Fantasy VIII?
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone.
looks pre-rendered. Oh, most certainly. Yeah, yeah,
Book of rights awakened the night
yeah.
winds
Shiva.
and ignited the flame.
Wow, look at that.
Bound to
Isn't it interesting? Final Fantasy VII, in my mind, holds up more than this because of how unrefined Final Fantasy VII is. Whereas this has got like, you know, I don't even know if you call them textures or whatever. This game looks better in your mind. But that's what I'm saying. Because of its age, the amount of detail is a detriment to it. Whereas Final Fantasy VII is always going to look the same, right?
he stayed true till the end.
The card game was worth the confusing time travel. There was a Square or whoever was in charge of the game at that point released a system, I guess. It was a launcher that had. I subscribed to the card game exclusively, like no other Final Fantasy games, but the game I paid like $5 a month for or something. Well done. Yep, well done. Yeah, I think by the time you hit number 6, you're almost guaranteed if you didn't get it at 5.
The moon-touched girl hears the
Oh shit!
scribes in the world all around her.
I've seen this. I've seen it. Thank you, Street Fighter. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, and it's specifically this. The contrast between the statue and the copper or gold, whatever. God, this looks dog shit though. Hoi!
His quest finding honor and glory. He stayed true till the end.
We got a town of Liberty.
Mammoth of fame, born on guilty ways.
Fallout 86?
Forgiveness. She stayed true till the end. They follow the stars.
Hunt Showdown? Waterworld? A lot of people would hunt Showdown. It's not there. There it is. You guys are too damn good. I've never played Hunt Showdown.
The great mastermind, Wilfred
Is it multiplayer?
Wood
Crytek developed.
turned to action. He stayed true till the end.
The bog dweller Bertrude kept her
PvP. Oh, okay. Okay.
with her finest enchantments. She stayed true till the end.
The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. They stayed true till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound
Well done. Survival horror asymmetric multiplayer. Asymmetric multiplayer. What the fuck does that mean? Certainly not what it means in my mind. I may have gotten it with this screenshot thanks to the hook there. One player versus monster. Oh, okay. Still not what I would have thought. This is one that intrigues me because there was a game that came out Friday the 13th, which was very similar in design to this. It didn't do as well, and I think that's some of that is because of the licensing issues that they had. But I was very intrigued with the game, and I watched a buddy play it, and he was really good at it. And he showed me when he was a survivor and when he was the killer. And it's a shame to hear every story I hear about Dead by Daylight. It always comes back to the community being unbelievably toxic. Like, not the kind of vibe I want to get involved with on a day-to-day basis, right? Very toxic community. Yeah, there you go. And I'm not sure why. So here's a lot of the examples I see, or at least the ones that sort of bubble up to the surface, often have, for some reason, Twitch streamers love to put TTV in their names in the game. So like if I was playing against someone, I would immediately know they were a streamer, and then they get stream sniped. And it's like, I don't know why they do it to themselves, honestly. Maybe content? I don't know. But yeah, I've always been intrigued by this style of game. And it's a shame that Evolve didn't last, because it would have been quite good as well, I think. Forspoken? You get that from this screenshot? I'm thinking Uncharted. Yeah, Kel, I think I'm with you. You've seen the gate before? Pretty common gate design. Hey, Linked, how you doing? Bam! Uncharted. Isn't that interesting? There's no... Unless you know the game intimately, there's no identifying marks here that say this is an Uncharted game. But for me, it's the overall look of the game and the way everything feels cohesively together, right? So like, this is quite detailed and sharp in the background. And then the mix of foliage with the landscape, it just... As a whole, it says Uncharted to me. But like looking at the picture, that could be from fucking any game, really. The portcullis gate looks openable. Yeah. This does nothing for me though. I wouldn't be able to, this could be Bloodborne or Demon Souls for all I know. Oh, come on! Get out of here with that. That should not be the third screenshot. There's a hand! I think Bioshock? You hated the jet ski portion? It was very easy to fuck up on that. Yeah. Far Cry 3? Bioshock intro? That's where my mind... Glover! Get the fuck out of here. What was the subtitle of the original game? The hand in Bioshock looks very CGI. I get what you mean. Yeah, they definitely went for a particular aesthetic there. Far Cry 3. Holy fuck, you guys. I swear. I don't know who this character... Oh, he's saying it too. I'm the king of the world. No way. I was about to say, this guy looks extremely punchable, and then he's going... He's doing the thing. Imagine being stuck on an island with that fucking guy. Imagine that for a second. Nope. Go on, tell us. What's the meaning of insanity? Game 104. Looks like we have a lamppost, but older. Be like a mafia or Dishonored. I like that. I like that. Batman Arkham Knight or something. We had Arkham Asylum, I think, thus far. Let's try Dishonored. I like it. Holy shit! You guys are too damn good. This actually also tracks for one of the Arkham games. Nicely done. I'm super impressed. Some kind of futuristic defenses. Wolfenstein. Okay. Okay. Oh, Prey 2. They're mad not to make a second Prey game. First one was so good. Metal Gear. Definitely not the first one. Alright, we're on Wolfenstein. You think New Order? Actually, was this the first one back, or was this sort of an intermediary before the new wave and the original? It's Revengeance. Wait, Revengeance is the title of the game? Pop-up ads coming in from the sides. Return was 2001. Oh, Metal Gear Revengeance. I'm seeing both here. This like, what would you call this? A brace or a mount? It's very, very modern. Metal Gear Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising. Mr. Holy Shit is some kind of gaming savant. Well done, Kel. Yeah, there's no way I would have got that. Maybe I would have got that. Absolutely, I would have got that. Platinum Games and Kojima Productions. Maybe like a Homeworld. Wait, Homeworld wasn't in the database, right? No. Justice League or Mass Effect. Have we had a Mass Effect? I think we might have had one of them. I can't remember which. It was Mass Effect 3 we had, right? Intro to Risk of Rain. You're right. This ship. The front end of this ship. What's that? 4 in a row? 5 in a row? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's like Zoo Tycoon or some shit. Roller Coaster Tycoon. 100%. Wow. There's a lot of conviction here. Wow. Semi-realistic rock. Shoob just wants every game to be Forspoken. I know it's a good game, Shoob. I know it's your favorite game, but not every game can be Forspoken. Death Stranding. It's hard to tell if this is underwater or not. If this is sky. Getting Death Stranding vibes as well. Kenshi? A tree on the right. Okay. Gotta be careful. This may break our streak. Death Stranding rocks are darker. Any modern open world game, right? Yeah, this I'm not much of a help here. It could be something really weird like The Division or something as well. It could be anything. Pokemon Go. Could be Skyrim. Punch Club. Okay. God damn it! Let's go! I don't remember this sequence at all. Can we make out what the titles are? No, it's blurry as shit. That's a lot more obvious. Yeah, thanks, Mads. Okay. Why do some of them have like a bunch of text and others don't? Oh shit. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I started Death Stranding on stream. I didn't get very far. It didn't appeal to me, the walking around. No Man's Sky. Too much detail. Not enough clipping through the geometry. Kingdom Hearts 2? 2 people for Kingdom Hearts 2. 3 people for Kingdom Hearts. Beach Eggplant 4. Look, I'll roll with you guys. Always will. I don't know how you knew that. It's the feel of it. That I understand. Like I said, that one before that we got, it just made sense that it's a feeling. There's no other word for it. I get it. I get it. A lot of people have said that I would probably like Kingdom Hearts, but I can't because there's Disney characters in it. There's something about Disney characters, especially like this one and this one and this one. They're just so fucking annoying, right? They are, right? Like, it's not just me. They are annoying. I hate JRPG protagonists. I hate them. I hate them all. I hate Titus. I hate Cloud. I hate them all. But I think I would find more in common with this guy than I would with all three of these combined. You loved Donald Duck growing up? Right, sure. You can appreciate the product as a whole, but when it comes to the actual Donald Duck, like McQueeb was playing the Disney, oh shit, what was it called? Disney Adventure? No. Dreamlight Valley. She loved it, but she said that Donald Duck is a spicy motherfucker, and all he does in this game is complain. And he's complaining in his Donald Duck voice. Red Grave. Yard. Gardamp Avenue, Archimedes Road. Resident Evil vibes. I can see that. Redgrave City, it's Devil May Cry. Yeah, this is important here, I think. Do we know which one though? From a cutscene. 3 or 4? Number 4. This is coming down to this. This is make it or break it time. It's the new DMC that no one liked. 64. I'm gonna go with Lodred here. Oh! Metacritic score 88%. Not Devil May Cry, it's DMC. Wait, is that a different game? No. 5 then. It's 5. Is there a way to win distribution? First guess 55. That's pretty amazing. Current streak 0. Yeah, thanks for that. Oh shit. I have no idea. Wait, I skipped one? No. No. This is all they give us? Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Wait, you don't know? It could be like ice. It could be a flan in Final Fantasy. It could be anything. Color palette screams N64. We can skip and still get a win. There's no question about that. Texture edges PS1. Okay, we've got rocks over a lava world. Spyro. Too old for Metacritic. Spyroy. Spyro the Dragon. Well done. Yeah, I wouldn't have got it. PS1. Action platformer. God, it looked like that? Jesus, we've come a fair way from that, huh? It really looked like that? Deal with it. Okay. I'm going back to populous or black and white. You thinking black and white as well? 100% not black and white. Okay. Didn't have worlds like this. Okay, fair. Populous New Dawn. I'll go for it if we've got a couple of people on the same page. Tribes? Oh my god, Tribes was so good. Hey, metal card. 500 hours as a tween. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I think my copy was pirate copy, and I had to mess with it every time I tried to boot it up. They did the newest Tribes dirty? What happened, Pro Noob? Metacritic 93. Microtransactions and whatnot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I doubt a Populous game hit 93. Persona game? I don't recognize this at all. The first image. Yeah, this is not tickling any parts of my brain. Scribblenauts, interesting. We could go for another one. Do we want to put an educated guess in? We are on the second picture already. Psychonauts. Not Psychonauts. Feedbag Seeds. Harvest Moon. Okami. Okami was a very popular game back in the day. Nice. I don't recognize the inventory screen, but I think I would have got it here from the tail or whatever the hell this is, brush. That was an excellent game. That's like, because I remember the PS2 being notoriously difficult to code for, but once people got it, they got it. And every game that came out was just like a step above quality-wise, right? Mount Fuji in the first screen. I've been to Japan. I don't remember seeing this there. Bomberman Hero. I was gonna say it was like Team Buddies or something, like really old. Clever 2. Evil, shut up. Bomberman. All right, we'll roll with that. Bomberman Hero. You nailed it. More of an adventure game. Such determination. I was going to say Little Big Planet because of these backgrounds. They look like it's like a set, right? Like a high school play kind of thing. I don't recognize the spikes on the cactus, but oh, is it one word? Yeah, one word. God, you're good. Certainly wouldn't have gotten it from that screen. Or that. Your sack boy. Superland? I've not heard of Superland either. Have we had Fallout New Vegas? Superland. Oh, it's on Steam? Try the demo. A mix between Portal, Zelda, and Metroid. Explore, solve puzzles, beat up monsters, find secret upgrades, and new abilities that help you reach new places. Playtime 12 to 25 hours. I own Superland, apparently. Wait, is this the one Banana Rex played? Might be. Isn't that a bush from Final Fantasy XIV? You recognize Final Fantasy XIV from the bush? No way. Jesus Christ. Archers. Okay. Fair. It's perfect. That's Quake. Quazg. Quazg. Yep. Got a sunset. Is it painted? It's pre-rendered for sure. I'm feeling cutscene here. Something from Final Fantasy. Yeah. Yep. Microsoft Flight Sim. Hey, you might be right. Minecraft HD edition. It does look very familiar. I can't place it though. If we had an object or some landscape to like get a bit of context. The intro to Glover too. Shut the fuck up about Glover. What's wrong with you? Final Fantasy 9. Could be an explosion. True. I didn't think of that. Could be. Is it an object to the left? I don't think so. Maybe an airship? It's reflected in the bottom here. Whatever it is. Do a hint. All right, well, let's try Final Fantasy 9. I don't think we've had 9. We've had 8. Not FF9. Metacritic score 85%. Now we have some server equipment. Halo's principle? What gave it away, out of curiosity? This is the game that I played, right? This kind of feels normal. This definitely feels normal. The rack? The second picture. What was that from? I don't remember that. I might not have seen it because I never finished it either, so. Move boxes around? Yeah, boxes and laser beams and jump pads and wind turbines. You did it in... Oh, it's got a VR mode? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep, for sure. 100%. I didn't mean to click skip there. Yep, 100%. 100%. I went to the bottom of this set of stairs. This is one of the closets you lock yourself in. Yeah. Excellent game. I'm going to say it felt a little bit disappointing knowing that there was an aspect to the way, and I get it from a development point of view, they couldn't have had branching paths right through the game. There was like a limit to the pathing. I can't quite put into words what I'm thinking. But there was it's a lot more limited than you think it is. But still, good journey. Fez. Effects. Nicely done. I don't think I would have gotten that from this screenshot. Because you don't often see it semi-rotated. Or in first-person mode. What is this? This is what Fez looks like. Not this or this, right? It's the grass on the wall texture. That's Fez. Yeah, thanks. No, I mean you don't often get to see it like this, right? It's side view, but you can rotate. So to see something like this is very unusual. As an unlockable first person view. Oh, okay. In that case, I completely take it back because I've never seen that. Kind of dungeon crawler? Amnesia. You nailed it. That's a game I haven't played, unsurprisingly. Fuck that game. Oh, he's not having a good day. Yeah, that's a note from me. Woo. Oh, Sir Chris, you're a little bit behind. Professor Layton. My job, the game. Yeah, this does nothing for me. Professor Layton and the Curious Village, or the Azran Legacy, or the Miracle Mask, or versus Phoenix Wright. Oh my god. Yeah, you got it. It's the first one. Oh, check it out. I love this puzzle. You have 3 very well-fed wolves on this side. That's it. The puzzle's already solved. Yeah, I don't... Oh, okay, there's the guy. That's him. I wouldn't have guessed which one, though. Video game music rankings? Yeah, for sure. I can't see why not. This is good content. For me, at least. I get to hang out with you guys and shoot the shit and talk video games. I dig it. Oh wait, there's one with video game music and you have to guess it. Or you rate them. Oh, okay. Yeah, send me the link. I'll like a tournament system. Oh, interesting. Because I watched a Bear Taffy stream where he did that with it was primarily roguelike games, but yeah, I think Outer Wilds took it. Oh. I was about to say Final Fantasy 15, but I know that the artwork is much better in that. Cyberpunk. The food looks delicious. Look, I don't know what the fuck this is, but I want it. Gets pretty saucy with so many iconic... Yes, yeah. The fighting that took place in chat was like... It came down to... Actually, sorry, I stand corrected. It wasn't Outer Wilds. It was down to... Hades in the Blood, which is... just beautiful song. And maybe Outer Wilds... The River? Was in the finale, and like chat was going stupid. Shenmue? Final Fantasy 15. No, it's too low poly for that. They put a lot of work into the food in that. The Last of Us main theme. Yep. I have another playlist that I put together about really like... I'll see if I can find it. Hang on. I can't play it, I don't think. But I can certainly share it with you. Share playlist, copy link. Yeah. It's got The Last of Us on there. It's all Apple Music, that's what I'm a member of, so. Menu music from Diablo 2. Yeah. And Tristram. Tristram's theme is pretty freaking dope. Alright, so what are we doing? Let's try Shenmue. I like that. Not Shenmue. Wow, and then they throw this at us. Look at how high res these chain link fences are. Metacritic score 96. Half-Life 2? You're kidding. This is from Half-Life 2? First Half-Life. Second is Half-Life 2. I don't know, man. Unfreaking real. Well done. I still don't buy it. Like, what are we looking at here? Someone's having a picnic on the balcony of their building 4 kilometers away, and we're looking at them from a distance? Bizarre. Yes. Yes. Clearly. Yes. Yes, and then we've got this. What the hell is this doing here? Probably in the apartments before you see Alex. It must be such a background asset. Has to be. OG Half-Life 2 wasn't high res. Weird. Alright. That's Assassin's Creed something. Surely. A streamer that plays the D2 Wilderness song before their streams. Assassin's Creed 2. Too damn good, chat! Is this like a Rampage Simpsons hit and run? I'll buy it. Oh my god, you guys are too freaking good. It would have taken me at least until here to get Simpsons, and I wouldn't have known which game. This has taught me that you don't play many games at all. Same. Watch Dogs, Payday 2. This here is probably very important. Yeah, this is all you. I have no idea. Here we go again. Look at that. Metacritic score 79. Not very well received, huh? I say that like 79's a bad score, but obviously people's perception of a game is not necessarily indicative of the score it receives. They pumped this one hard. I went to an E3 once, and there were just signs for this game and booths for this game all over the place. And they were giving away, not masks, but something Payday related. It was a bad game in hindsight. They should make Guess the Game, but from an AI generated images of the game name. Oof! I mean, that would be fun, but not necessarily accurate. This looks like a boat, doesn't it? Or could be a building. MGS2? From the color scheme. Okay. Holy shit. Holy shit! 96%. This is an action RPG or a turn-based RPG. Or Disco Elysium, apparently. I don't remember this particular tower, though. All right, there's a lot of conviction behind your all caps. Got to go for it. Look at that. Yeah, I would have gotten this one. Isn't it the Raver Church? Did I even make it that far? I don't know. I made it to the construction zone last time I played. Something beautiful is going to happen. Do they have... Is this where you meet Kuno? Yeah, either way. RDR1 PUBG GeoGuessr. We did already have PUBG, correct? Yeah. Red Dead Redemption. Too good. Too good. 95% Metacritic. Terrible screenshot. It's a decent game. I don't know if it deserves the praise it got, though. Like, it wasn't earth-shattering for me. This looks like, what's the car racing game? Car racing soccer? Rocket League. That's what I'm thinking, but I have no idea. We got a few people on the same page. Gold circle in the ground. What, this one here? Nailed it. Nailed it. Final Fantasy X too. Forest Arc. I don't remember any spot in the forest that looks like this. Doesn't have the color scheme. The only thing I remember in the forest was the giant hole in the ground. Like the big quarry looking thing. You can try. Not the forest. Definitely not the forest. Is that a dinosaur? Must be Ark then. Yeah, okay. You nailed it. Have we had a Breath of the Wild yet? We have had Breath of the Wild. Genshin. Too damn good. Was it the weapon that gave it away? I've never played Genshin, nor watched it. There's another new gacha game that came out. Trying to think of the name. Quite popular at the moment. Oh, there you go. Yep. Honkai. Star Rail. Are they related at all? Or completely different? This screams CS, doesn't it? You're playing it right now? Counter-Strike. Bam! Bomb has been planted. Oh, yeah. A chain made of hearts. Possible roller coaster in the background here. Mario Kart. I'll go with you guys. I have no idea. Double Dash specifically? Holy balls! Anyone else excited for CS2? No. Nope. It looks alright. The Smoke demo they put out looked good, except I don't think Smoke behaves the way it does in that demo. Undertale? Hey, no idea. You nailed it, folks. This is all you. You nailed it. Maybe I might have recognized that. And the Metacritic score of 92. Definitely by then. It's got a good soundtrack. I've heard that much. All right, this is this KSP? No, we've had KSP, I think. City Skylines? Can you make an airfield in City Skylines? You can. Oh yes, the moon picture, right, with the Doritos on it. Alright. These. Too damn good. Too damn good. Yeah, yeah. See these janky roads? Yeah, I would have got it by here for sure. The fuck is this? Rust? Hey! God damn, chat. God damn.
Thank you for the raid. It's like it's my birthday.
It is like it's my birthday. Jack Runner, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome. Banjo? Viva Pinata or Grounded? %, not Grounded. Viva Pinata. I have played Viva Pinata, but that was like 15 years ago, so. You nailed it, chat. You nailed it. I remember that guy. Okay. I recognize the worm. Here they are. It was quite a clever game. Not, like, overly original, right? Like, there wasn't enough to separate it from any of the other games like that. It was still quite good. Pirates. Golf with friends. Second level of Overcooked. Just the second level specifically, huh? Sea of Thieves. We had Sea of Thieves already. Post Logic, like, you... Divinity Original Sin. The second one or the first one? Overcooked? Monkey Island? No, very unlikely. Even the remake didn't look like that. Are we playing with chat? Well, I'm doing the typing. All the brain power is on chat side. Yeah. How are you, Tornus? What's up? McQueeb is going to Walmart. You guys want anything? Halo CE? Overcooked or Glover 2? Fuck off, you! Get me some popsicles. I never told you guys! So last week, right? It was a Friday, and I think I ended stream a little bit earlier than I normally do, right? And nothing really told me to quit streaming for the day, except the fact that I felt like some popcorn. This is only part of the story. So I ended stream, which I wouldn't have done had I not have wanted popcorn. I got up, I put the popcorn on, and when I went to throw the bag in the trash was close to full. So I thought, I'll empty it while I'm here. I would never empty trash on a Friday. There's no point to doing that, right? Except it was nearly full. So I got the trash together and I started to take it out, and I was heading out the front door. There was a pile of groceries on our front porch. I don't mean a small number. There was about 10 to 15 bags of groceries on the front porch. We didn't order any because whenever we go shopping, we don't get stuff delivered, right? That's extra money we don't need to spend. Someone had delivered approximately $250 to $300 worth of groceries to our front door by mistake. There was no receipt anywhere to be found. So in there was 5 boxes of popsicles. Like, it's all stuff that Ms. Queeb and I would have eaten. But we got it. So we had no one to contact, no way to track it. Plus, I think with groceries, they wouldn't return them anyway because it's food, right? Streamer luck. In this case, it was. Here's the thing. Had I not have gone out on a Friday afternoon, which I, again, never do. I go Sundays, because the pickup days is Mondays. So it's all thanks to the popcorn and me ending stream early. I was just like blown away. Okay, Post Logic is convinced on Overcooked, so we're gonna go with that. I've never played Overcooked. I don't need another stress simulator in my life. There you go. Look, Post Logic, you take over the stream. I'll give you my address for you to deliver more groceries to. And, yo, Jim, what's up, brother? Not Clover too. I would have assumed a pirate game. Let's look at the other screenshots. Metacritic score 81%. Yeah, okay. This I get. I can't stop staring at this guy's face. First one was debated. All right. Next.
Oh, dropping the gifted subs over here.
Jim with
you.
5 gifted. Do you know how many gifted subs we've had today? I'm blown away. Thank you, folks. Again, my birthday's not for another week. You can cool it for now. We'll make a thing of it later. God, what was the name of that game we played with the kids, and they go to an island for the weekend to like do drugs and fuck around. Oh God, what was that called? I'm getting vibes of that from this, but it wasn't from this perspective. It was like 2D. The Quarry, was it? I played it very recently. Team Fortress 2, you think? I don't know. No, so they all get on a boat and they go to this island. They're like high school kids. And there's like this weird radio signal. That's the crux of it. It's this weird alien radio signal thing. Somebody say it. Come on. Help me out. FTL? That's the music in the background. I'm sorry. Anyway, I don't think it's that, but this just reminds me of that. It's not Glover 3. I swear to God. Evil Lime. Oxenfree. Thank you. Yes, that is the game that I'm thinking of. I just get the vibe of that because there are some rooms, especially the radio tower, that looks like this, but it's again, it's not from this perspective. I'm just talking out my butt. All right. So what do we think? Think Team Fortress 2? I think that's a stretch, but give it a shot. Holy fuck! What the hell? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I wouldn't have got this screenshot. Might have gotten this screenshot because I'm kind of familiar with this map. This is the one where you have to guide the bomb, right? And there's the flame guy. Flamethrower. Engineer. Okay. Okay. Tornus, you should be, dude. Like, that's nuts. Who else said it? Somebody else said it. Anyway, well done, whoever that was. I feel so out of my element here. I thought I knew video games, but maybe not. Game 140. Hitman 3? What? No Man's Sky, Destiny. We have you outnumbered 101? Okay, fair. Fair. Superman. You think this is planet Krypton? It could be one of those segments that's like a VR, like you're hacking or you go into some kind of like computer system and it looks like this. It could be. Probably Destiny. I don't remember anything like this. I've played through Destiny multiple times. Catwalk level in Hitman. You can see part of the HUD. Oh, you think down here? It's the intro to Hitman 3. Bottom right. So the one thing about this is that it's on the underside of the of this stuff, right? So it's not in the foreground, it's in the background, which maybe, yeah, I don't know. Hitman 3. Let's go it. Let's do it. I'm blown away. Yuchong train station. Are these little German dudes? In like Lederhosen? I haven't played enough Hitman, which is funny because I think I worked on one when I was at IDOS, but that was after they were bought out by SCI. Blown away. You guys are too good. Happy birthday! We have a happy birthday balloon on a red background. Can I repeat that? IDOS? Oh, I used to work for IDOS and Sega when I lived in the UK. That's many, many years ago. Glover anniversary. I swear to God, you guys are fucking with me. Fallout. Which Fallout? If it's happy birthday, it'll be Fallout 3 because there's a party. But the one thing that I don't recognize is this red background. Doom Eternal? Oh, okay. Haven't played it. Unreal. Doom Eternal's the one where Mick Gordon got fucked over, right? Right. Yeah, I would have got this screenshot. Not that one, because I don't recognize the hammer. Yeah, I never played this. I played 2016. It was okay. I don't know. There's something about that style of game that was amazing when I was a kid, and I grew up with Doom. But it doesn't transfer, or I've grown out of that, more to the point. Oh, Hades. Yeah, easy one. Easy one. Next. Is this what the puzzle game that came out recently? Tunic, thank you. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. God damn it! Too good. They've picked some obscure screenshots, but it's definitely the polygonal look of this. It's very, very stark. Although I don't remember that enemy at all. Or these little turrets. Yeah. This was the best thing about the game. The way they introduced the instruction panel. You sad I didn't have the patience for the obscure puzzles? I was pissed off at one because I swear that the puzzle didn't align properly. You're right, I probably should revisit it now that I've said that out loud. Was I connected in any way to Deus Ex? I played... I did a very late stage test of Invisible War. Like when I say I'm going back, I'm going back. So I'm to blame for Invisible War? No, I saw that one. Like, so I worked on like Championship Manager and Commando Strike Force. I'm sorry. And what else? When I was at Sega, I worked on Shadow the Hedgehog and Football Manager and... God, you're really racking my brain. This is like 20 years ago. Condemned. Yeah, Condemned came in, I think. That's the first time I've ever seen an Xbox 360 dev kit as well, was during that time. Interesting amalgam of titles. Oh, they don't give a fuck what games you like. They just throw you at whatever's on the schedule. That's, yeah, there's no, yeah. Another World, the game featured in MoMA. Condemned redeems my shadow work. No, I put in about maybe 50 hours into Condemned. I spent 3 months of my life on Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah. Still didn't make it into the credits. All right. Back to the task at hand. Is this the airship in Final Fantasy VII? It is not. Beyond Good and Evil. Condemned was a game that made you pause and walk away. Loved it. Yeah, I wasn't as afraid of scary games back then. Plus, I was being paid to do it, and it was really mind-numbing work, and it was repetitive. Psychonauts, really? Have I played Psychonauts? I might not have played it. No, I don't think I have. Psychonauts is darker. I'll give it a shot. Not Psychonauts. However, your point and click seems to be coming through. Ratchet and Clank. What, because of this? Ratchet and Clonk. You nailed it, chat. You nailed it. This looks like it's background art, though, doesn't it? Doesn't look like you shot somebody over here and they busted up into... Yeah, there's no way I would have got that yet. Maybe here. Definitely here. Come on. The Ratchet and Clank PlayStation 5 game was freaking amazing. Was it Stuck in Time or some shit? Really good. That was amazing. Elden Ring? Well, you think this is one of those little crystal lizards? What's making you say Elden Ring? Crystal beetle. Right. It's the lake with the dragon? I'll buy it. I'll allow it. Unreal. I wouldn't have got it from that though. Nor this. That I would have. That's the tree. Have I seen This Means Warp? I have seen it. Yes, I've seen a couple of streamers play it. And I've thought about recommending it to people that enjoy FTL, but it's not the same game. I don't think I'd enjoy it. Like I hate Overcooked and, you know, any other stress management games. And that just seems like it's one of those, but with an FTL veneer. I don't know. I don't think it's for me. The JPEGification of some of these makes them look much older than they are. True. Plus, don't forget, they could be taking a very small segment and blowing it up to this size. It's very simple. You and your friends got early access. It's just very simple. Yeah, I doubt I would. Like, even if I was offered the game, I'd probably say no. Elden Ring has film graininess to it as well. This feels like No Man's Sky. There you go. Like, obviously No Man's Sky, obviously No Man's Sky, obviously, and then you go, yeah, I can see it. And then this one, it's just got, it comes back to that feeling thing that we were talking about before, right? Like, the alien plant certainly isn't a help. It's probably one of the 15 quintillion variations of a plant, but it just everything feels like it. Super simplified multiplayer FTL experience. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that really turned me off from that is having to reload projectile weapons by carrying each projectile individually over to the launcher. Like, I don't know. No spaceship ever would have that? Well, no. I mean, maybe if it was a missile weapon, right? This feels like a Ridge Racer or something. Crazy Taxi. You played it at a barcade yesterday? You nailed it. That's all you, Post Logic. That's all you. Was this your favorite part of the asphalt? This bit right here? Released in 1999. This was on the Dreamcast, right? Original platform, arcade. You don't see that too often. Bass fishing? I don't know. Valheim? Fable? We've had Fable, Steineken. It can't be that one again. I'm gonna throw in a fishing game. Let's see what comes up. Anglers Club, Ultimate Bass Fishing 3D, Legendary Fishing, Far Cry 5, Sega Bass Fishing. That is not correct. Far Cry is starting to look real good, isn't it? Crisis. Crisis. Unreal. I'm unreal. My hat, yeah. I'm blown away. I don't remember tanks in Crisis. I thought it was more like, you know, less armed militia than fucking army people. Oh, we got a Hind D up here. Thanks, Solid Snake. Crisis was insane when it came out. So here's the thing. Here's my question. What is the relationship between Crisis and Crytek and Far Cry? Are they all like under Crytek's banner? Same engine. Different generation. Yeah, no, they came out at different times. That much I get. But are they from the same developer, or is it just the engine? You nailed it. See, this I wouldn't have gotten either. This could be Far Cry for all I know. Except the guy's nanotech suit. Just the same engine? Far Cry 1 was made by Crytek. Oh. Okay. That's V. Easy one. Looks like we have a slightly elevated rock formation. Hey, Samwise, how are you? Good to see you. StarCraft. All right, we'll roll with that. I can see that. I was never a player. I used to watch Jermai's play this. Nailed it. Look at that. Is this where the construct additional pylons memes come from? It is. Okay. Bubblegum colored clouds. Fall Guys. What's this? What's this? This like olive colored thing in here?
You're making a smart choice by resubbing here. Thank you.
All games are Glover.
Fuck you. Oh my god. Thanks for the resub, dude. Metacritic score 81%. Why is that? That feels low to me for Fall Guys, right? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It was either that or Splatoon. Should be 18. Wow. Come on, you can't hate on it that much, right? I know it's not perfect, but 18. Why do you hate it so much? Overrated 100%? Why do you think it's overrated? People love it. Fall Guys is a Garbo game? What is wrong with you folks? I get you can dislike it, but you can't discount what it is, right? Like, it's very polished. There's brand new maps every fucking however long. Why doesn't Stumble Guys have a Metacritic rate? What's Stumble Guys? Never heard of that either. It looks the same, except they don't look like jelly beans. They look like people. What is it? Steam, App Store, and Google Play. It's almost the same game. Fun as long as people don't get sweaty. Well, that's gonna happen. I've never gotten myself a crown in a game, and I've had maybe... I've played maybe 5 hours. Actually, I can check that, can't I? God damn. Help if I could spell. Yeah, 5 hours of game time, but I've never won. Fortnite, Fall Guys, Among Us are all garbage? It's so unfair, I think. I understand that you can dislike them, but you can't just go, oh, they're bad. Like, they're popular for a reason. That's just like an opinion, man. Yeah, fair. Alright, this looks like a Pokemon's. I have no idea which one. Well, Mother 3, Post Logic. Are you okay? What is, Mother 3 is part of a different series? Or somewhat related to a different series? Or are they completely independent? Earthbound. Okay. Which one came first? Fucking hell. Post Logic. I haven't played either. Original platform GBA. Oh, different name for the same game. Got it. Okay. I wish I grew up on some of those. This looks like Journey. Although, if I may, this looks kind of like real world post-apocalyptic up here. Did Journey take place on Earth? Like, the rest I get, but just these little things on the collapsed highway up here. Not got it. Journey it is. What an incredible game. That game company, they don't miss. It was quite a journey. Hey, yo! Upset the PC port has audio issues? I didn't even know it was on PC. Recommend Lisa. It's absolutely something else. I didn't think that was a journey like. I thought Lisa was a walking simulator. Well, I guess Journey is... Okay, fair. Like a Silent Hill? Sky Children of the Light. Was that the one that... It's relatively new, right, Kragan? And they had like an online concert? Like to do with the music in it? 2019? Maybe not Sky then. I thought there was a new one that just came out. Might have been a DLC for that. I have no idea. Siphon Filter? Wait, we've had Siphon Filter, I think. Not Siphon Filter. 89% Metacritic score. This I don't recognize at all. This is where we first meet Pyramid Head. In the sequel. Silent Hill 2. Post Logic, do you you're grinning like an idiot? Okay. I can't comment. Part of me says Dark Souls here, but this rope is kind of throwing me off a little. very dark. This is a cliff? Maybe? It's a top-down map, not a first-person view. No, this is a bridge. I can't not see many adventure 3D games that could be. Yep, true. Yeah, shrubs on against the rock face. I can't even see a top-down view here. Well, maybe if this bridge wasn't in the way, but that's 100%. That's a bridge. PS2-ish. The forest? Hey, just Daddy, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Chrono Cross. I've never played it, but I'll roll with it. We haven't missed one yet, so these 5 guesses are more than enough, I think. Not Chrono Cross. We got some barrels. Post Logic is like, oh yeah, I made that game. Splinter Cell. Fuck me. How? I gotta ask how you know all of these. Is it Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell? Yeah, there we go. Not Splinter Cell. And now we've got a little bit more. Okay, so Xbox, PS2, GameCube, and PC. And a Spotlight. Chaos Theory, which is still a Splinter Cell title, right? Yep. You can shoot the lights. Okay, that's a giveaway. What was the one in Vegas? Was it called Splinter Cell Vegas? I played the shit out of that. I had a crew and everything. We'd meet up every night. Rainbow Six, thank you. Yep. It's very, very painterly. Wow. Wow. I'm impressed. There's a lot of people in agreement here. Unreal. Putting me to shame. I mean, I've played this game. I wasn't very good at it, but I played it. Unreal. This looks like Borderlands, right? I couldn't tell you which one, but it's definitely Borderlands. Bam! Amazing game. Except for, I don't like Claptrap. There you go. Well, I'll go ahead and say it. I just don't like him. Tiny Tina. Tiny Tina was good. I played it on stream. This looks like a map of some description. Maybe like a like a strategic map during a cutscene where there's a general talking about how we have to get rid of the bad guys over here, even though we have no involvement in the war, but the US has to step in and be the Iron Fist. Sorry, I made all of that up. Battlefield. Spy Satellite. Ace Combat. Did it have a satellite view? Ace Combat 4. Might be Fear? Gotta protect democracy somehow. Yeah, we're doing a bang up job. I'm gonna go Ace Combat, and we'll see what the next screenshot is. How many fucking Ace Combat games are there? Tornus, you think he's the host of the website, right? Fair. Okay, that's clearly a helicopter, yeah? That's Fear? Fuck off! Blandon, no sweat. Have a good night, man. How do you get that from Fear? This one I get. This I get. Yeah, every other screenshot is fine. That? What the fuck? Fear's iconic. Again, I'm not disputing that fact at all. The first pick was dog shit. Oh god. You're a big Deus Ex fan, Tornus? I don't disagree. It's a pretty amazing game. Tron? It's hard to even tell what we're looking at here. We could be underwater. This could be a swimming pool. We've already had Quake. Glover versus Marvel. Fuck off. PS1 game? That's all you... Wait, you know this one as well? Yeah, of course you do. I don't recognize it. If I had to guess, I'd say we're in water here. But I couldn't tell you any more than that. 3D first person. Lara Croft Tomb Raider game? I would laugh if it was Deus Ex, just because we've been talking about it. But I don't get Deus Ex vibes from this. The ground doesn't look familiar at all. Falling down a skyscraper? What, between two buildings? Actually possible. The Matrix? Oh god, what was the Enter the Matrix? I really like that, by the way. Everybody made fun of me way back in the day because I enjoyed that game. It's possible. Looking at like this could be street lights here. Legend of Lagaya. You know what? If it's in here. Legend of Legacy? Legend of Lagaya. Not that. Wow. Too old for Metacritic. What about Descent? Nah, this is throwing me out. This can't be Descent. Twisted Metal? Oh, chat, you amaze me every time. I don't think I ever played Twisted Metal. Oh yeah, that van is iconic, isn't it? Yeah. Pipes. Nier? We have had a Nier game already. I can't remember which one though, right? Final Fantasy VII Remake? Ooh. Given the resolution of the picture, maybe even the original game? Cutscene though? Skyrim 2077. Portal 1 cutscene. I don't... Did Portal have any cutscenes? It does look very Shinra. It does, yes.
You're making a smart choice by resubbing here. Thank you.
Indignant possum. Your name cracks me up. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I'm thinking cutscene from Final Fantasy Crisis Core. Should we go with Final Fantasy VII? Not. Definitely not. This doesn't look familiar at all. Metacritic 91%. Killzone. Unbelievable. Okay. Released in 2009. Killzone was ahead of its time. That's an excellent screenshot. Wow. We have 5 colors here. Dome Keeper? Nah. Luigi's Mansion? I don't have the experience to counter that.
Thank you for the resub.
Ordinary, tier 2, 34 months. 34 fucking months. Thank you, dude. What is wrong with that guy? These are atrocious. Look at that. There you go. That looks like Luigi's Mansion. Madness. Is this a flight of stairs, maybe? Hard to say. BioShock? I like the color scheme for BioShock for sure. Nailed it. I don't think I would have gotten it until here, though. And even then, here definitely. Yeah, but even then, that's a stretch. We got one without post. He should go to the bathroom more often. A red light on a keycard entryway. Phasmo? UV light. Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. I've not played the game myself. What's the community like surrounding that one? Nailed it. Yeah, I would never have gotten any of that. You've seen it on stream. Seems very popular. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's definitely a streamer friendly game. Where's Post Logic when we need him? This grass texture. I think he maybe was consulted on that particular shade of green when it comes to creating realistic grass. Tomb Raider? The remake, I assume. Tomb Raider or Uncharted? What's up, Torment? Good to see you, dude. Tomb Raider. Metacritic 87. This is a maybe for me. This is towards the end of the game, right? That's right. It had all that fucking paranormal shit going on with the statues that would come alive. Some of the deaths in this were next level as well. Remember playing the OG? Same. Unreal Tournament? I figure I should know that. I'm not seeing it. The only thing that stands out as even remotely Unreal Tournament is the angle and sort of jankiness of this sticking out of the ground. The Anubis map? I don't remember. All of the ones I used to play were modern, spacey crap. Fucking hell. Remember that one? Wow, Facing Worlds. All right. Either a big storm or underwater. Ori. Another game I haven't played. Tone throwing out the big accusations. I would hope the chat isn't looking stuff up. I mean, I'm sure there's a list of answers out there. It's not randomized at all. But, post-logic truthers have arrived. I trust my chat. I trust my chat to at least know that I would not appreciate if they were looking them up. And I think I don't know. Let's lead with that, huh? Assuming positive intent. All right, we got a flotation device on a dock. I don't know why, but I'm thinking Resident Evil. I don't know why, because I'm not even a fan. Yeah, it would have been a little bit better if well, two things. If the images were randomized, or there was a few per each guess, so like one had 3 pictures, for example, 2 had a couple, right? But if the game number was not sequential, that would have been smarter. I don't know if there's even a way to do that. These graphics looks like it must be a new game. I'm not so sure. Could cut the top off, put an overlay over it. Do you think that would make that much of a difference? I can. Not now, too late. Right. It's fine. I'm not concerned. Looks like a weird film grain. What was the one with, was Alan Wake? Was that near water? Assuming this is water. Glover 2 vibes. The Quarry. I can go with Alan Wake. See if we can get another one. Not Alan Wake. But we have a log cabin. Fatal Frame? Friday the 13th? I was thinking that based on this picture, but I wonder if they'd even have that in here. Just because it's not... Didn't it, like, the game went away, right? Try it. Oh. Nailed it! Asymmetric multiplayer. Yeah, it's they're talking about the same game that I mentioned before. I remember this though. Necrodancer? McQueeb got me something from the shop. Store, market, whatever. It's the new one, Juneberry. Oh, so it doesn't focus on my face? Yeah. Well, we have to try it. The watermelon one is so good. We can discuss that later, Tone. Oh, it smells good. Wow. That is tart.
Knowing what you know about me.
I think you're going to pull the same face you normally pull when you have a drink you haven't tried before.
Ooh. It smells medicinal.
Of course it smells medicinal. Everything smells medicinal. It's got chemicals in it. It's like I like it, but it is tart.
It's like a Capri Sun.
A Capri Sun?
It's like the not the fruit punch one, like the tropical.
Tropical Capri Sun. You like it?
I'm not gonna have any more.
Well,
They're
you
gonna,
can split it.
No, they're gonna get rid of it, and I won't get to have it as often as I would like. I wouldn't get to gorge.
We can
No.
can split it if you want.
No,
Okay.
I have a lot more restraint than you.
You do have a lot more
I
restraint
do.
than me. All Red Bulls taste like medicine? Yeah, I'm gonna go Curse or Crypt? Crypt. Yep, there we go. Necrodancer. That's my vote. Bam! Yeah, that's an easy one. Medicine tastes better than energy drinks. Maybe that's why your brain works so much better than the rest of us. Obviously, if you're not cheating. Half-Life 2. I don't know. I'm going Half-Life here. Manhunt. Oh, we had Half-Life 2 already. Okay. The lamp wasn't in Half-Life 2. Might be a prison. Manhunt. That was the PlayStation Ultraviolet one, right? Manhug. Manhug. Nailed it. Yeah, this one got banned, right? At least in some regions it got banned. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, this could be CCTV footage. There's a like the male symbol for restrooms over here. FNAF Observer. Can't see shit. Yeah, true. FNAF! You nailed it. This game was ultra popular, and I never got it. Well, one, it's horror, but I never understood the fascination behind this. It had like, it's a cultural phenomenon. I'll say that much. And there's like right, there's spin-off books, and I think they're working on a TV show or something. It's like, it's just crazy. I blame Markiplier. Some kind of, I don't know. We're clearly looking at a building. That much is obvious. Metal Gear? LA Noire? The lighting has that feeling. What does your list say, Post? Tones of MGS4? It seems like if we're looking at it from a time period point of view, I'm more inclined to go with LA Noire. It feels not quite modern enough for fucking hell. Keep LA safe, drive safely. This looks like State of California. Yeah, this looks like La Jolla. This looks like San Diego. Doubt. Found a knife. All right, we have a 2D game. Symphony? I don't recognize this brick facade from Symphony, but I'll go with you on it for sure. Yep. Nailed it. There we go. That's more like it. That I get. That's Dracula's chamber. Yep. Okay. This is the Windows XP desktop wallpaper. Symphony is dope. It's one of the greatest games of all time. The tank game? Oh god, what was that called? Age of Empires 2. Wow, I wouldn't have gotten that at all. I was thinking of the little tank game. Scorched Earth. Thank you, Post. Yeah. Unreal. You got that from... I didn't think that Age was... It had this point of view. This looks like a landscape, right? The shape of the fog of war. Oh, okay. So it's top down. Okay, understood. Cheeky. Cheeky, a cheeky screenshot. Nice. Nice. Looking at a cliff here, possibly? Shadow of the Colossus? We've already had that, I think. Yeah, that was earlier. No Man's Sky? I think we've had that as well. Last Guardian. We haven't had Last Guardian. It's a hell of a guess if true. Death Stranding. Have we had that? I know we guessed that. I can't remember if it was correct. Not that. We got a fuse box and a cardboard box. Rather low poly. Metacritic score 91%. Want to say eco? Can't be with this. This is way too modern. This kind of reminds me, we played a post-apocalyptic game where you built an underground bunker. And I'm fairly certain it had some static screens that looked somewhat like this. It could also be... Jim Sterling reviewed the game and it was very bad. Ghost Recon? One of the Ghost Recon, more of a modern one. Some people are saying Arma. Oh, is it? Arma? No. 91%. Okay, then it's not the game that I was thinking of. Why are these not in alphabetical order? Post Logic, why did you not put these in alphabetical order? Nah, it ain't here. What was Armor? It was an acronym. Shit. Still, the 91% is it tells me no. See if none. I'm. Oh, you think there's more results than can be displayed? No, nothing. Call of Duty. And this could be also like a Far Cry game, right? Maybe the original Far Cry? Gary's mod? This is hampering me a little bit. I'm gonna go with Far Cry. Oh, is it double A in Arma? Far Cry's not even in here. Whatever the first game's called. Instincts? Primal? No, Primal's not. Primal's relatively new, I think. Okay, now we have one of these, what do you call them? These mines. Claymore, thank you, Violet. Battlefield? There you go. This is one of the toughest ones we've had thus far. I really liked Battlefield back in the day. There was one mod called Desert Combat that I hundreds of hours played with some friends. I did have friends at one point. It was good. Recommended. It says in Swedish, this side towards the enemy, right? Aren't they considered a war crime? Like they're unbelievably dangerous and they specifically target infantry? A waterfall. I wonder if there's a secret behind there. There better be. That's all I'm saying. Oh, Torment, I'm being facetious. Yes, I'm well aware of my RL friends. No idea. Prince of Persia? The Thing? I could see a snowy landscape. Ratchet and Clank? We've had Ratchet and Clank. All right, let's go Sans time. Fuck off, man. Tell me that wasn't post. It was post. You're not helping your case here, man. There's no way I would ever have gotten that. There's not a lot of water in Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Let me just make a note of this one here. Just logic. 9:28 p.m. Subject guest ahead of time with minimal detail. Okay. I'm I'm willing to stretch my imagination a little bit here. Darkest Dungeon! Bam! Easy. Easy one. Hopeless. Oh shit. Sonic. Yes. Yes. I was gonna say Shantae for some reason. But no, you're well and truly ahead of the curve there, yeah. What are we looking at here? Factory Zone? Maybe. Oh, I wouldn't have gotten any of these. Okay, well, yeah, obviously, but this, okay. Oh, I mean, sure. Jazz Jackrabbit? Love Jazz Jackrabbit. Amazing game. That was my Sonic growing up because I pirated it. I have no idea here. System Shock 2? Is that we played a demo of a remake. Was that System Shock? It was, right? It's a little hacking section. You sure didn't like the demo? No! I was super excited and then I played that and I don't think I'll get it when it eventually hits. It didn't feel like a modern game. It felt like a game from the 90s with a different skin on it. And maybe that's what they're going for, but yeah, it didn't feel good. Okay, there's some rocks. It's an easy one, you're saying. What's up, Entropy? How you doing? It's a texture. It's not Spelunky. Maybe Spelunky 2. The artist for the game made a really neat adventure game called Aquaria. That's, isn't that Edmund McMillan? Didn't he make Aquaria? Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Give me a hint. Those that know, give me a hint. Edmund knows him. I feel like I should know this one. First name's Derek. Derek Yu. Spelunky. Is it Spelunky 2? It must be. I'm not recognizing the texture. It's not Spelunky 1. Nuh-uh. Doesn't look like roast beef. Oh, it could be classic. It is Spelunky 1. Yeah, I would have got that. Obviously. Yeah. This is what it's supposed to look like. Meatloaf. So where is this then? Is this part of the intro scene? Look at the top. Of screenshot 6. Oh, okay. Shit. I spent so much time looking at this that I never even paid attention to that. Okay, I feel silly. But yeah, well done. It's very stylized, this one. Yeah, I think in... Is it Indie Game the Movie post? They actually talk about the artist working on Aquaria and then... No, wait, did they cover Spelunky in that? Maybe I'm thinking of two different films. Sailing game. No, this one I have no idea. I thought California Games originally, but I'm not sure. It looks relatively modern. Well, wake him up, Milk Jug. Wake him up. Clearly Wind Waker. No, we've had that. Oh, God. Metacritic score 70%. Maybe post. This blade of grass right here. When you put it at that angle, do you remember what you had for breakfast that morning? No, I'm at a loss here. I have no idea. Now I'm completely out.
You just resubscribed
Music
to
lover,
McQueeb,
14 months.
baby.
Thanks, dude. Welcome back. Planet Coaster? Sims? Hey, Melfina, how are you? Great to see you streaming the other day. Looks like a visual novel screenshot, doesn't it, though? It could easily be a still image from like one of those static backgrounds during a heavy dialogue sequence or whatever. Did I see the Peglin update? No, I don't watch Peglin. Cell phone watching from your TV. A lot of people do that, apparently. That's a very popular thing to do. They added another character. Is it? It is the Juneberry. Yes. Yeah, Ms. Queeb just brought some home. It's very good. I like it. I like it. It's very, it's tart. That's kind of my jam. Platform PC Sims, huh? Do we have a guess as to which one it might be? Somebody said Sims 4 earlier, I think. Hatterful Boyfriend? Remember the boat. Yeah, I'm at a loss. I have no idea. We've got grass and what looks like the base of a tree. We've got the boat. And then this screen, which looks like some kind of... I mean, it looks like some kind of Olympic building, but it's not, right? I think Sims 4. Give it a shot. No harm in trying. We've still got 3 guesses. 2 after this. Sims 4. Sims 4. Who was it? Who got that one? Kel got it. Dude, nicely done. This is looking more like Sims, right? This, I would never have gotten that. Yeah, that's obvious. And so is that. The houses in the background. Yeah. I'm with Tornus. This screams visual novel or, you know, one of those point and click adventure games. Something like that. More rocks. You never played a Sims? Me neither. I used to sell them back in my job when I used to work retail, selling I was in the games department of like an electronics store. And there were so many updates, both official and non-official, for the Sims and for like Flight Simulator. The number of add-ons we got in for Flight Simulator was stupid. And they weren't cheap either. Like some of them went for $100 each. Like crazy money. Something sus? Well, there's this black rock here and this black rock here. Well, I don't know if it's a rock or not, but it's shiny. There's 2 of them. This could be like an Ultima Online. They're waterfalls? Okay. Which would put this in the background of something. Like a Sim City. Very ugly waterfalls. Yeah, maybe. Death Stranding. Okay, now I'm having a hard time picking the real answers from the fake ones. Neo? No. I doubt it. I feel like Neo would have a lot more detail. At the very least, you'd be able to tell it's a fucking waterfall, right? Not a fingernail. Rock of Ages? I watched Billy play that the other day. That's a cool game. I think I would get very frustrated at Rock of Ages because something would slow me down. And the fun in that game is really like building up speed and slamming into shit. Some kind of hook. What do you mean? So here's the thing, right? There's this little section here which looks like it's water, which could lend credence to the fact that this is a waterfall. Next slide. '88 Metacritic. Monster Hunter? Didn't we have a Monster Hunter? Maybe it was a different one. There's a few. Unreal. You guys are amazing. So this must be background art, yeah? I'm not sure I would have gotten this at all. Maybe here. Yeah, the big weapon is kind of a giveaway. As well as this symbol, I recognize that from the very short time I had with the game. It is addicting, right? What do we have here? You know this one? Holy, zoom in. Exactly. This is probably a map of some description overlaying the playing field. Was it like Brotato? Cobblestone and dirt. Okay. Not what I was thinking. A mobile game? No. I mean, most likely not. It's possible that there's a mobile game in here, but all of the screenshots are going to look like shit, and it's not a complete picture. It's a section of it. Cut the rope? Oh, I like that. I like that, Frosty. Yeah. 1 hour, 1 life? I don't know if I've heard of that one. Isn't there Isaac? I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Plants vs. Zombies? So Malfina, Flash Isaac and actual Isaac, Repentance or Rebirth, are treated as the same in this. Plants vs. Zombies. All right. I'll be super impressed if... Yeah. So what's this then? Is this the edge of the screen during the first couple of levels where you don't have grass on your lawn? That's the walk up to the house. Gee, mega zoomed in, huh? Even this looks like fucking The Adventures of Willy Beamish. This is the first one. This is the first one that maybe would have given it away for me, with the grid-based pattern on the lawn. Wow. The third one was the first few. Yeah, I get it. This is the guy's house, right? But I wouldn't have remembered that. Okay. Well done. It's 1 point to Tornus. Was this a jelly? Yoshi's Island? Okay. I like it. I like it. That would be a no. Metacritic score 82, and I'm fairly certain Yoshi's Island would be in the 90s. Cult of the Lamb? This symbol here. Cult of the Lamb. Fairly certain this would have given it away for me. And, okay. I love this guy. Holy crap, Post. Oh, no, that's just Post. Post has memorized this list of 300 and something games. Don't mind him. It looks like some kind of puzzle game. Fuck this game. Feels familiar. Think it's a sign? Yeah, so this looks like the ceiling of some kind of playing field, and then you've got this indicator up here. I've not seen it. Or at least I don't think I have. None of these symbols mean anything to me. Have they made the game for guessing movies? I'm sure there's a few. No, we've had The Witness, I think. We've had it. Yeah, if you guys find other stuff you wanna work on, I can do this anytime. It's easy. Skip this one. This looks like a sensor. It's not Alien Isolation. That's where my mind went, Artemis. GTFO? The new DLC for the Curse of the Golden Idol is very good. I watched somebody play Curse of the Golden Idol the other day. I think it might have been... I think it was Billy. Billy One Kirby. Yeah, not my thing. Again, I'm not a detective. Colonial Marines. It's got a very alien feel, doesn't it? This here, I have no idea. But again, if it's on a spaceship, then it fits. I don't remember this in Alien Isolation, the scanner. Why you no click? Click! Hello, mouse? The fuck? No hospital, no authority, no hope. Survival horror. Yeah, isn't it though? Hey, I know that guy. Post, no sweat, dude. Thanks for joining us tonight. We may lose now because Post is gone. Breath of the Wild, we've had, Sui. I like your train of thought, though, because there's segments in that where there's light reflecting off water, and that could look like this. Sixth screenshot is like super answer. Just remember who's in the driver's seat. I can always fuck it up. Day of the Tentacle? Which part? I wouldn't discount it completely, but I don't recognize this at all. Like even the color scheme in DOTT. The tentacle-shaped sides. Is it Hollow Knight? I think we've had Hollow Knight already as well. Hey Jim, no sweat, dude. Skip. Wow, they couldn't be more different, could they? Happy Wheels? Do you know what? Just for that, it's not even in there. Mario and Luigi? What is this? Mario and Luigi's a pretty decent answer. Angry Birds art style? This first one is throwing me way off then.
The continued support means so much. You're the bee's
Yo,
knees.
Small Rogue, thank you very much. 20 months subscribed. That's when Luigi goes Super Saiyan? Nintendo DS. The Bowser one. Nailed it. I was actually worried about that one for a moment. God, these screenshots are horseshit, aren't they? So bad. Is this inside? No, we've had inside. Stray. I can see it. I like that. Bam. Well done. I definitely wouldn't have guessed that from here. Maybe number 2. That doesn't help much either. Yeah. Here I would have. And then 5 and 6 are like, here's the freaking game. We can do it without post. Q Basic Gorilla. Scribble notes? Stray made you cry like a baby? Right at the start where he got lost from his friends? Windows XP wallpaper. Scribble Notes has better graphics. Yeah, this is not something you would draw in Scribble Notes, right? Skip this one. Background if I want to be the guy. Loco Roco? Oh. Excellent answer. But not correct. Oh my god, that looks familiar. This looks so familiar. I can't place it. Did I play Swarm Grinder yet? Is that one you told me about? I've definitely looked at the page before. Oh yeah. Yep, I did. Yeah, I probably won't revisit it. Kind of over, I don't know what to call them, horde survival games. Even though it's slightly different, it's more wave-based. I'm just, eh. Worms? This is throwing me, but Inculinati. No, don't think it's that. We'll try worms. Well, choose one. Scribble notes? Yeah, it's competent, Melfina. It's not bad. There's a fair amount of grinding. The less of those games I see from now on is probably a better thing. I don't even know what the original worms would be. Yeah. Not worms. Angry Birds. Damn. And it was this right here. This is the one that splits into 3 different projectiles. Oh, come on. Campfire. That is not Outer Wilds. Slay the Spire? Fair. You guys are too good. I wouldn't have gotten that from the campfire. Or from that. This I would have, obviously. Looks like we got a rock on some dirt. Little Inferno? That game was dope, dude. Not many people picked that one up. I don't think it was very popular, but it was an excellent game. 7 Days to Die. It's the lunar rover? What, you think we're on... No, the moon doesn't look like that. Any guesses here? I'm at a loss. I have no idea. Again, this could be anything. World of Goo was such a good game. Yeah, I have about 12 copies of it on different platforms. Turok? Worth a guess. Not Turok. Metacritic 82. Have we had Skyrim yet? We have. Vermintide. Wait, didn't Vermintide just come out? Fucking well done. Oh, that was Darktide, the 40k equivalent. No, there was... It had the word vermin in the title though, because you were rats? No, maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, I'm getting my games mixed up. This one was kind of like an XCOM like. This is anything but. All right. This kind of resembles a pre-rendered cutscene back in the PlayStation days. Like a Final Fantasy VII or... Abe's Odyssey. Shardpunk Vermin Fall. Thank you, Tornus. Yep, that's the game. Looks like an old car. Oh yeah, good call. Could be the rear of a... maybe. Like the bumper of a car. Are you crazy for thinking it looks like a mech? Well, we could be looking at a number of things, right? Like it could be a 60s car and this is the rear wing and the bumper, right? This could be this could be the pilot pod for some kind of mech or aircraft. It's a train. That's where my brain went initially. We need more info. Metacritic score 94. It's oh god. It's not the one with the skeleton detective, is it? Or the guy that's collecting souls before people go. Thank you, Bear Shark. Grim Fandango. That's what I'm thinking. It is? Yeah, okay. Which means it is a car. Nailed it! Today is the first day of the end of your life. There he is! The guy that drives the car. Okay, we got some kind of giant concrete pipe cylinder with maybe graffiti on the sides and a stain. How? Maybe? Yep. Or prowl? Prey. Pute, short for Pewter Seedy. This is Pokemon Red. Wait, really? You sure this isn't an AT-AT and this says Pew? Not an AT. Yeah, I know. All right. An explosion, something falling from the sky. Or a re-entry burn. Titanfall. Definitely looks like a mech falling down, doesn't it? Not Titanfall, at least not the first one. Platform, PC, PS4, Xbox One. Transformers the game. Some kind of biological entity down here. Evolve? Evolve or Monster Hunter? I don't think Evolve had mechs in it at all. PS4 or an Xbox One. Definitely looks like a mech coming down, doesn't it? Evolve had bad Metacritic rating? Oh, okay. Wasn't there a game called Prey? There was 2 games called Prey. Completely different games, too. One had portals, one had good gameplay. But it's neither one of those. This looks like one of those like a prowler type enemy on all fours. Something you'd see in a shitty Will Smith sci-fi movie. Anthem. I don't think anyone played Anthem, did they? Tormented, you're the one. Got him. It's a okay, maybe Titanfall 2 then? Titanfall 2 had wall running. No? Prey had spirit form. The OG Prey. Yeah. We tried Titanfall 1, and we went with that based on... Was it this one or this one? I can't remember. Harry Potter? You're a spirit, Harry! Now go and do this obstacle course, and you'll earn yourself a wand. Hard to play on your phone? Milk Jug, are you a little bit delayed? I'm going for it. There you go. Titanfall 2. Yeah. I don't remember this spirit form, but this could be like, during the tutorial mission, I think you have to follow a ghost. Like, it shows you where to go, I think. That one was close, folks. We nearly didn't make that. I'm sure some of you would have got it from this screenshot, though. Okay, more clouds. Good. We are very familiar with video game clouds. Destiny. Straight to Destiny. There is possibly a planet in the background there. Could be a what do you call it? A rainbow or God Ray. Halo CE. We have had Halo, but we didn't have Halo CE, and they are separate entities in here. The TV is 2 minutes behind? Oh, no way! Oh, I'm sorry, Milk Jug. It might be quicker on the phone then? I thought TVs would be good, although most TV apps aren't very well coded, I guess. Star Wars game? Look, anything's possible at this point. PlanetSide 2. What kind of game is PlanetSide? That's more of a strategy game, right? I don't think I've ever played one. Post would have recognized the clouds. That's a fact. Post would have gotten this one while we were still struggling with the last. Massive multiplayer FPS. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Chrono Cross. Can we work anything out from either the color of the clouds or the potential platform that it could be on? Not really, huh? I mean, there's a lot of artifacting going on here, as well as compression here and here. Like, we could be looking at anything here. Xenoblade. The celestial object is the hint. So this supposed planet over here. You like Xenoblade? Let's roll with it. Xenoblade Chronicles, right? I assume there's a number 1. That is not correct. Metacritic 87, so relatively high. And now we have a ground up first person supposed view. And we have foliage. Pretty detailed at that. It's not Final Fantasy X. If it is, it's no scene that I remember. Turok or Dino Crisis? Monster Hunter? We've had 2 Monster Hunter games. We've had Rise and World, I believe. Join in on Dino Crisis. Okay. Negative. Now we are underground. Either in a cave or underwater. Possible underwater. These light rays here. Subnautica for the lulls. Sky plants and rocks, yeah. Just something you'd find on everywhere. $89 meta in the screenshot. It's 86 actually. Assuming the site's fresh. I mean, these are... So, I think this site's been live for a while. And... like, we're back at 192 and there's over 300 now. So, that it might have been true at the time. I don't know. Abzu, third person. Chrono Cross, but not sure yet. Metascore gets updated after a while. I'd like something like Titanfall 2 though. I would assume that the Metascore wouldn't change in a year, really, right? Like that's been and gone. You'd think that. I wonder if they're taking the score from like OpenCritic versus Metacritic as well. Who knows? Who knows? Does original platform indicate all platforms, or was it what it was released on? What it was released on. I think that's what original platforms means. Yeah. So like when the game came out, that was what it dropped on. Okay, let's revisit. So we have sky with maybe a planet over here. Very heavily compressed, but at the same time, if we look at this, it could be looking at something like that. The detail on the trees could be telling. Like, let's be honest, compared to these leaves and whatnot back here, this tree is it stands out, right? And then we've got possibly underwater, like shrubs. We might be looking down, or maybe a curved surface underwater. Could be Far Cry. And this was 360 only, with an 87% Metacritic. This is tough. We still have a couple of guesses. We're still underwater. Exploration, horror-ish adventure. Subnautica? Nailed it! And then we have the giveaway answers, yeah. To be fair, these could be from anything. This is a tough one. I've not played enough Subnautica, but I didn't realize there was that much vegetation visible in the game. I thought it was like mostly underwater. You don't remember the jungle area? Don't remember the island having that much vegetation? Well, there you go. Definitely a fake out or a very clever screenshot. I didn't realize, but I thought this was somewhat see-through shrub, but instead it's a blue plant. I thought that was actually see-through, and these were just leaves. Anyway, we got it. We got it. There's a planet here, and more water. There's a rainbow over a waterfall. Ah, what's interesting? See this back here? I wonder if that's sky. We've got a floating island here. Final Fantasy 13, Tomb Raider. I'm joining a secret society of electrical engineers. They just asked me to step into a large coil with a battery attached. This is their current induction process. Hello, Endiv. Donkey Kong Country 2. If it wasn't for this, I would say this could be fairly grounded in reality. But this definitely looks like a floating island, right? Like something you'd see on Pandora. Secret of Mana remake? Is the new Zelda game on the list the not released one? I don't think so, Artemis. JRPG vibes? Definitely. I just don't remember floating islands with waterfalls. Have we had a BioShock Infinite? Panzer Dragoon? Not a bad answer. We have had BioShock, okay. I don't hate that. Nope, we definitely have floating islands though. Okay, Metacritic score 89%. And then we have a purple hue. It feels very JRPG. Yeah, I rescind my suggestion of DKC2. Yeah, fair. Worlds Adrift. I don't think I've heard of that game. That's Sky Islands. This is Terraria. This could be from a cutscene as well. What's another one that we've had? Dragon Quest something? I don't remember Sky Islands in Dragon Quest. One of the Mists? Maybe? We need more info. We need more info. Not with these graphics. Mist had good graphics. They were mostly stills, but the East series. Oh, got it, Tornus. Thank you. go skip. Soul Calibur. God damn. Original platform, Switch. That narrows it down. You played today's game and you're surprised you got it in 4? It's a good game, and yeah, it's great. I'm glad someone put this together. Apparently there's a music one we're going to check out and maybe a movie one as well. We can do that over the next couple of days. I don't mind. That's fun. Bravely Default 2? Jermaze, what's the name of the movie one, if you don't mind? And I think someone told me about the video game music one. Is it Sporkle? Framed up the... Is that the movie one? Okay, that looks good. Yeah, if you've got any recommendations, just send them over. You can either drop them in Discord or in chat. I'll open up. Open a tab. I got nothing from this, especially given that it's a Switch title. So what's a Switch title? It's not Breath of the Wild. Skyward Sword? Doesn't Switch get Monster Hunter first? We've had 2 Monster Hunter games already. And there can't be any double ups as far as I'm aware. Xenoblade Chronicles 3. This gentleman right here, Tornus. We get a shout out for Tornus, please. Dude is currently playing game with a complex name. I love watching it. Europa? No. He'll tell you all about it. Yeah, these ones are tough. Okay, so Sky Islands, mechs, anime people. Oh, this looks fun. I don't think I'd buy a Switch to play it, but it looks fun. All right. A green grid. Oh no! Sorry ahead of time, Tornus. Endif has found your channel. Endif is the dad joke king. The front of a Star Trek ship? That it does. Star Trek Elite Force? Wow, you're really going in on the whole Star Trek thing, huh? Metal Gear Solid? I would have thought this was maybe a siphon filter or something. We've already had that, I think. Star Fox Metal Gear. Battleship. Star Trek. Doesn't seem to be there. Voyager Elite Force. Negative. Oh shit. I've seen this person before. Little Inferno? PC and Wii. Katamari? Don't think so. Looks very clay. Yep. It's a spin-off of Little Inferno. Oh. World of Goo. Sorry, Milk Jug. Let me Google. No. There'll be none of that. No Googling. I've definitely seen this character before or something similar. 90% Metacritic. But that's probably okay. We're all in it together. What was the sequel called to Little Inferno? I didn't know there was a sequel, to be honest. And then there's this, which is throwing me off as well. World of Goo. Third slide looks like World of Goo. Let's give it a shot. Got it. You fucking got it. It's so funny. I've got 12 copies of this game, yet this, no way. I don't even recognize this. Again, number 5 and number 6 are gonna be easy. Little Inferno 2, the inflammation. Really? I'm gonna have to do some research. That sounds... The first one was good. I hated trying to figure out how to get stuff or how to unlock stuff in that. Some of the puzzles were a bit out there, but still clever. Okay, so we have a very artistically designed Holy Bible. Looks like a puzzle book. Deck of cards or cigarettes and a pencil. Life is Strange. I like it. I believe we've had Papers, Please. Not Life is Strange. We have a brick sandwich. Okay, brick sandwich. Metacritic 86. I Am Bread. I know the game. I don't remember seeing something like this in it. Firewatch. Can't put out the fire. Eat a brick sandwich. Kentucky Route Zero. You nailed it! Is this a good game? I've never played it. I recognize this. Synth and Lasers, what's up? Best game. Do I own it? I do not. Okay. You got a few hours in and never finished it? Free with Prime at some point? Was it a Steam code or a GOG code? I wish Prime just gave us Steam or all the same. At least I'd know where they ended up. Amazon games? Okay, so I missed out, in other words. This looks like Blasphemous? Oh, good call. I didn't even think that. I like that. Prince of Persia is another good one. Holy shit, guys. Impressive. I probably would have got this screenshot. Metroidvania platformer. There's the guy. Spiky head guy. Second game coming soon. I think I heard about that. Yep. Pieces of paper on a desk lit by an ambient red light. Pieces of paper do not seem to give us much information. However, a lot of the text on the pieces of paper is redacted. There is a larger sticker or logo type that starts with CR. Fear? Far Cry. Again. Mar-a-Lago, the game. It was a game that came out recently with the weird rotoscope art style. Reminds me of that. Rotoscope art style? What type of game? Is this blood back here or a shadow? It looks awfully blood-like, doesn't it? Looks wet. Yeah, that it does. Yeah. Disco Elysium? We have had Disco Elysium. Yeah. Narrative story choices matter. It was on Game Pass. I'm not sure. Lunark? Spilled wine? Okay. And then we have something red and orange back here. Two moons. Metacritic 83. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Alan Wake. Not Alan Wake. PC, PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One. We've got a beachside town, possible railway line stretching across the screen with 3 dead whales on the beach. Didn't we have Life is Strange? Death Stranding. Hmm. Three dead whales. Whale stranding. Whales stranded. The island? I've not heard of that. %92 sure life is strange. Well, guess what? You nailed it. Well done. You remember the dead whales. Appear in space. Getting over it? Holy shit, I think you might be right. It's obscure enough to fit that. Yeah, I think you're right. Unreal. Well done. What I would have thought that would be incredibly tough to guess, given that it's just a jumble of art, right? Well done. Metal card. Champion. Game number 199. Possible reflection off of something or looking out over a horizon. Hard to tell here. We got... Yeah, I don't know. We've had Outer Wilds, yeah. And funnily enough, I didn't even recognize it. It was all chat on that one. So, this could be, depending on what sort of game it is, this could be like, do you know those 60s camper vans that are like chrome? Well, not chrome, but stainless steel? It could be like a reflection of one of those at sunset. Streamliner, thank you. Yeah. No way, this is iconic enough. You've still yet to play Outer Wilds. You've heard great things. Yeah, don't look at anything about it and definitely play it. If you intend to stream it, it's a good experience, but be very careful. Get ready to ban people if you must. Okay, next. Metacritic 90. I'm thinking Civ, maybe? Guess the game has quite the reputation. So, base, some of the puzzles in the game will stretch you a little bit, and if it depends on your audience, but if they're not on the same page as you, if they're ahead of you, or if they know the answers, they may want to spoil it. Crusader Kings. Yeah, okay, I would never have gotten that. Not Crusader Kings. At least not number one. Original platform, PC and Switch, so relatively new. Age of Empires. This is interesting, and these are interesting. That's some kind of weird reticle. I've never seen this before. Some kind of 3D platformer, possibly? No, not with this. This is a first-person game. So yeah, let's disregard this one altogether. There's no way we can identify from that. No, I'm at a loss. Fucking hell. Shooter platformer. I neon white? I can't relate, but I don't hate it either. That's brand new. Switch PC. Yeah, there's no... I would never have gotten that. Released in 2022. I think I would have gotten this. But that's just because I know it's based on cards. Card mechanic. I've heard it's good, but I don't think it's my style of game. Oh, we get a new game in an hour and 7. I feel like I should know this one. Oh, Mega Man. Maybe. Okay, I take it back. I would not have known that. We've had Shovel Knight already, Ultra. Mega Man 2? 2 or 3? Yeah, okay, I wouldn't have gotten that. I'm sorry, I thought it was a roguelike. Mega Man 2. Too old for Metacritic. Mega Man 3. Nailed it! Yeah, I've never played any of the Mega Man games. You got magnet missile. Blasphemy? Look, while you were playing Mega Man, I was studying the blade. More grass! Good! Vampire Survivors. Shit, I wouldn't have guessed that. I was gonna say something like, Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. Nailed it. I may have gotten it here. I mean, come on. Library. Yeah, okay. Fucking hell, you thought the game looked bad in motion. Look at this. Kind of arcane symbol being unlocked or something like that. It's like the blood thing, right? There's a symbol on the ground and it fills up with blood. You're confused by robot is broken. Is it a bot? Yes, I'll give you some more information. Yeah, it's just a silly thing. It was in Ananosaurus Rex and Velhart's channel. We don't share databases or anything like that, but it learns based on chat history. Sometimes it says some really dumb shit, but at the other side of that coin, it actually says some incredibly scarily relevant stuff from time to time. Yeah, this one I don't know. Do we have any guesses for this one? Nino Kuni? Shadow of Mordor? McQueeb? What? Where? Is McQueeb here? Shadow of Mordor? Alright. That was a good game. Well done. I would have got that for sure. Yep. The 9 rings. Oh, the bot said McQueeb. Got it. They fucking patented this, didn't they? Didn't Warner Brothers patent this? Then the Nemesis system? Because they're cunts, I guess. Yeah. Good game. It's good. The sequel, less so, but yeah, the first one was really good. All right, we have an occupied city by the looks of it. How does one patent a chess-like system? Therein lies the problem, Metal Card. Yes. Yeah. Call of Duty. This here for an adult entertainment facility looks comically like an adult entertainment facility. It's like, how would I draw that? Oh yeah. Neon. I would have said GTA. Bad Company. Glover 2 up. I'm gonna fucking ban you, evil. God damn it. Saints Row, excellent guess. I don't hate that actually. I think that's quite good. Yep. No. Metacritic 71. So, a mid-game. Please no ban. Oh, you're fine, dude. Don't worry about it. 50 Cent? What the, blood... What's it, blood in the water or some shit? Blood on the sand. Please be correct. No fucking way! Oh, I'm gonna have to find a way to play Glover. Well, I mean, that's an old game, right? Glover video game, Nintendo 64. I tell ya, if we can find the cartridge at a reasonable price, I would emulate it. How did this game have such a good Metacritic rating? See, here's the thing. 71%. you would think on paper that's a good game, right? It's a solid game. But in the video game realm, no, you don't want a 71 Metacritic rating. The Activision execs don't get bonuses at 71%. It's on Steam! No fucking way! Mixed reviews, man! It's $20! Fuck! I'd probably be better off buying the cartridge. Blood on the Sand. Yeah, never played a 50-cent game. I can't relate. There he is, the man himself. All right, next. Oh god, that does look like that looks like something I should know. Gun. I don't recognize it, but I believe it. Yo, Velar, what's up, brother? Nailed it. There's the shopkeeper. Ooh, another one that I should probably know. Link to the Past? Oh my god, you guys are too good. I would have got it by number 2 for sure. What was the game, Vel? The game we played, it was kind of like multiplayer Zelda. What was that one? It was pretty decent. We had a good time playing it. Ruins of Tasos. We had to play on B-Rex's computer, right? Because the multiplayer didn't work or some shit. I can't remember. But we had to tunnel into his machine. Alright. Rogue Heroes. There you go. Yep. Alright, we have some blinds. Oh, look. Is this my house? We've had Stray. It can't be Stray again. McQueeb to stream the game. There's red light coming in. If there's red light coming in my windows, that's probably not a good thing. Apparently, the murder rate in, not where I am, but in like Richmond proper, is not small. Music's been great. Oh yeah, I can share my, I got a playlist here if you want to check it out. We can fix that. Let's just leave the murder rate where it is. I don't need to do any, like, I've been watching a lot of true crime lately. So, yeah. I find it fascinating watching the interrogation videos. Especially when the amount of evidence against someone is so large. But these people think that they can lie their way out of the interrogation. And you're talking about detectives that have got 20, 30 years experience, right? So these people have seen it all. Same kick on YouTube recently. Look up Chris Watts' Torment if you haven't. His case specifically, it's a fucking horrendous case. I'm not going to talk about the details on stream, but this guy is so fucking delusional. WATTS, I think. It's fascinating to watch. Watching him in action is insane. Yeah, like, yeah. I don't want to talk about what he did because it's pretty fucking horrendous, but yeah. All right, does anyone recognize these blinds? Because if they do, please leave my house and then we can keep playing the game. Catherine. I've never played a Catherine game. A tale of love, betrayal, and... ... Enter your date of birth. I don't know if I should be looking at this website right now. Skip. Oh god, it's an FMV game. Oh shoot. I know a few people that look like this. Metacritic 83, that's not insignificant. X-Files? X-Files game? The X-Files game. Maybe not the X-Files game. Open-eyed. Platform PC. 83%. This guy looks familiar. I want to say like a microcosm style game. Hypnospace Outlaw. Hypnospace. I've not played it. Bellheart? You nailed it! What type of game is it? Adventure point and click. Gumshoe Gooper infringement. Squishers would have made it easy. Oh, it's like an in-universe game or advertisement? Oh wow, okay. I think I'm starting to understand what type of game it is. Sexy both on and offline. Looking for internet crimes? Just like, yeah, yeah, just like McQueeb. All right, next. Come on, we got 150 games to go. We ain't done by a long shot. Blurry picture, easy guess. Well, you know, like the quality of the picture sometimes helps give some information away. Clearly, fucking Glover. Jigsaw from Saw? What the hell? Metacritic 88. That's an extremely high rated game. Cuphead. Oh yeah, okay. The I don't know what you call that effect. The chromatic aberration where it's kind of separated, the colors. Cuphead. Nailed it. This I'm not sure about. This can be anything. PC, Xbox One. It's definitely that effect that's overlaying, and then you've got a foreground character over here, yeah. Would have had a higher Metacritic, but the one journalist couldn't beat the tutorial. Didn't he come out and say he posted that as a joke? And I'm inclined to believe him at the same time. Like it was a double jump dash or something, right? Like ridiculously easy. You hadn't seen that? Because it was a big thing. That like everyone made fun of him, but I think he literally posted it as a joke. Although it could be, you know, I mean, I was hacked. And then they played the game and recorded it and uploaded it. Didn't read the whole thing. We need to get to the bottom of it. All right, we have looks like buckets. This bucket has possibly weapons, blades in it. Diablo? I'm not feeling Diablo. Plus, we've had Diablo 1 already. Have we had Diablo 2? Yes, we've had Diablo 2 as well. Little Nightmares. It would be background art if that's the case. 100%. Fuck off. Baldur's Gate. Oddworld. Is the art style in Oddworld semi-realistic, or is it way out there? The first pick, someone spotted the camel. No, before that, there was a river. I didn't realize there was a river in Diablo 1. Or maybe we're talking about the same one. Oddworld would be more 3D. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm not sure. Didn't have hand drawn. That was Diablo 1. You're talking about Diablo 2? I'm pretty sure we've had both Diablos by now. Okay, anything about the time period or the lighting give anything away here? Like, what is this here? This thing sticking out. They're clearly buckets, so these are human-sized. Or, you know, real-world-sized buckets. I'm thinking. D1 and D2, yep. The blades in the back bucket are what's keeping you from guessing, I see. Early Witcher games. There's like a torture room. Possibly. Alright, let's go next. No idea. Metacritic 86. Far Cry 3. I don't know what to take seriously now. You guys keep throwing out the same names. If this is in-game, then it is possible this is cutscene. This also feels really zoomed out, so we could be looking down from up high. Or this might be the perspective of the game. Hard to say. PoE? I've never played Path of Exile. Look at that. Look at that. Hornus. Legend. Is PoE the one with the seasons and is currently free to play? Or is PoE the other one? There's Path of Exile and there's Prisoner of Azkaban. Makes sense for the initial Diablo vibes. PoE 2 is coming up. Well done, chat. Well done, Tornus. Oh god, we got a selection of pixels on the screen. Some of them orange, some of them grey. We've had Quake. We've had Quake 1 at least. Doom or Doom 2. I like it. I like it. We've had modern Doom. We have not had old Doom. I like it a lot, actually. That's a great guess. Oh, damn it! Number 1! These aren't helping, but this is very obvious here. Hells yeah. Okay, we've got a small cloud. And what looks like 3 lights from a stadium, possibly? Little robots? Fez, we've had Fez. Fez was a while back. Good choice, though. Good guess. The old baseball game. I ain't gonna learn anything by staring at it. %. Kingdom 2 crowns. I think Kingdom has a lot more realistic... At the very least, it's pixel art, not hand-drawn like this. What's in Woods? Game with the cat and the eyes about friendship and depression. I showed you this before, but you've seen my, like... Hiku Niku? I can picture the game you're talking about. I don't know its name, though. Night in the Woods? I think you might be right. No. Okay. Is this a fan game? Oh, we've had Night in the Woods. I'm surprised Boshi would be on here, but no, it's not. Nope, neither. PC release. God, these don't look anything like one another, do they? The only similarity is the cloud here and the cloud here. And I guess the cloud here as well. Four guesses remaining. It's a platformer. Games that go through different stages. Oh, like the ones that every time you win a level, it gets more Ultimate Chicken Horse. Val, I think I know. Is it Evo Quest or something? Ultimate Chicken Horse. Evo Land. There you go. Yeah. Nailed it. Yeah, I've never played this. I've seen Northern Lion and crew play it, but I've not played it myself. It never really registered with me because it's not a game that I would get involved in. I had no idea it looked like this, though. Some stairs. Some kind of doorway. He played a bunch of Chicken Horse? Yeah, I think that was his thing for a while. This could be a map select screen. Are we back to Rock Band? Easy now. What do you got? What do you got? Catherine! I can't look at the website for Catherine. I'm not old enough. Nailed it! What type of game? Action, adventure, puzzle. It's a weird one. Oh, this puzzle looks infuriating. And there's Catherine. Hello, Catherine, breaker of CBUs. Just in time. More triangle trees. God damn it. Superman 64, you think? I've never actually played it. I know it's a meme game. Just Superman? Not Superman. 90% Metacritic rating. What? What game looks like this? Gets a 90% Metacritic. I can't tell if they're eggs or what. Look like peach jelly beans, right? Ape Escape? McDonald's console time. Don't let me down. I'm not ignoring you. Ape Escape. You nailed it. That's all you, Metal Card. Original platform, PlayStation. Released in '99. I've never played it. I would have said Nintendo 64, but apparently not. Yeah, even here I wouldn't have gotten it. Not even a little bit. Minesweeper? A winner! Metacritic score, it's the perfect video game. I appreciate what the developer of the website's trying to do, but I would prefer not to have comments up here. All right, next. Mountain with buildings on it. Looks like a city on the building. The Witcher? Looks like we have an oil derrick down here. We've had The Witcher 3, I think, or 2, maybe. Trebuchet, maybe? Maybe. Is it Rise of the White Wolf? Is that the first game? Looks like Kaer Morhen. Alright. Not The Witcher. Metacritic score 86. We've had Witcher 3, okay. I have no idea. Pick an RPG, any RPG. That's a bear and someone with a shotgun. Xbox 360, Xbox One. So Xbox exclusive. Definitely not Morrowind. Not packing a shotgun. Elex gun. He's an angry bear and he's got arrows stuck in him. I'd be angry too. What came out on just Xbox? That's the thing that's throwing me right now. Rise of the Tomb Raider? On Xbox 360? Far Cry 4? I think we've had a couple of Far Cry games at this point. I thought Rise of the Tomb Raider was much later. Trust? Alright. Fuck me. That was an Xbox exclusive? So two things. One, I thought it was all platforms. Two, I thought it was much, much later. Like, Xbox 360 is fucking old. Dude, well done. This might be Fear. Or Max Payne. We had Fear. Max Payne 2? Now I'm thinking Fahrenheit? Too nice looking for Max Payne 1? I don't know. I have fond memories of that, and I think it looked quite good. Very sharp as well. GTA 3? I'm picturing this in slow motion, right? I think most of us are at this point. NYPD, so not GTA. Good point. Good point. Max Payne 1. Bam! Holy fuck. Really shitty screenshots. I don't remember his face looking this good. I thought it, like the one on the train. He was just a blob there, I guess, but I don't remember it being that clear. In the comic panels, though, maybe. Is there a remaster? No idea. Purchased from the following retailers. What? Why are we just seeing this now? We've had 214 other games prior to this. Oh, fuck. I think Mega Man Battle Network? Okay, then I'm completely wrong. This looks like a space simulation. Metroid Mission 0. Metroid Fusion. Look at the spaceship. Oh shit, it is Metroid. Yep, 100%. I thought this was like a pile of dirt or something. But no, you're right. 100% Metroid. Not Zero Mission. There you go. Fusion. Excellent game. A bit weird. This one was a bit weird. I think I preferred Zero. Next, we have a purple sky, some clouds. Was your first Metroid game? I think mine was 2. Return of Samus on Game Boy. Celeste, we've had. Grease, we've had. Bez, we've had. Super Metroid's the GOAT. I don't know. There's something for me about Metroid 2. I know it doesn't look and anywhere near as good, and you've got such a tiny screen. But atmosphere-wise, I don't think it can be beaten. Risk of Rain 1. I wasn't thinking it, but now I am. That platform on the left looks very suspect. Hyper Light Drifter, another good guess. There you go. Cool game. I liked it. It's Elden Ring again. This looks very familiar to me. Mortal Kombat? Dragon Ball? Oh, it could be a dragon. Mortal Kombat 11. Got dragons in it. No. And then we go to this low poly shit. 82%. This looks horrible. What is this? Glover 100%. Possible other Mortal Kombat. Some kind of strategy game? What the hell? They couldn't be more different if they tried. Is Tornus still here? Tornus might know. He's big into like grand strategy. I don't recognize any of the symbols either. Alright, I'm gonna hit another skip. SK. SJ. Crusader Kings. Yeah, I don't know strategy games much either. Crusader Kings 2? Oh, it's coming down to the wire here. Europa. Got it on the 5th. We haven't lost yet. We're doing all right. This looks like a solar panel above some kind of breaker box. Didn't play those? That's all right, dude. It's all right. The pedestrian? Not the pedestrian. What is the pedestrian? Oh! That's... Yeah. This is relatively recent. Where you line up the... Yeah, it's a little like a little artsy platformer game. It's very clever. I'm really looking forward to the viewfinder, I think it's called, where you take pictures of objects and then you put those objects in the real world. Looks so good. Power Wash Simulator, I like it. It's not necessarily a meme. I kind of like that answer. I was thinking some kind of simulation where you're either cleaning an area or like this is your base of operations, right? Need for Speed, maybe another one. Yeah. Doesn't really have loose objects around. Okay, fair. My Summer Car. Does anyone remember? I used to play a game on PC. This is going way back. It was a drag racing game. I think it was just called Drag Racing. I don't know. And it was like... You eventually got a Corvette. I think the Corvette was... Like the Corvette Stingray was the best car you could get. I think. And you'd race for pink slips. And I'd always lose. Yeah, good times, good times. You know the one, Jermaine. Yeah. All right, let's skip here. Oh, dang. PC, PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Wii U. You bought the cars from the newspaper. Yeah. And you... Like, when you unscrewed the components, they lifted straight up, and then you choose something else and it would drop in. Weirdly modern, yes. Which means I'm very surprised by this image. Metacritic, 80%. Coworker has a modern Stingray. The roads here caused him to replace suspension 3 times a year. Jesus. This is a dam, I'm assuming. Is there a dam set piece in like a Call of Duty or something like that? CTOS. That is Watch Dogs. Nailed it! Facial recognition failed. Oh, the promise this game had. Such a disappointment. Watch Dogs was on the Wii U? Yeah, right? I didn't know that either. Thought people liked the first one. It's not that I didn't like the game. It's that what was promised versus what we got were two very different things. Assassin's Creed, Serious Sam, or Uncharted? How about Prince of Persia, Sands of Time? Although, that's already been guessed. I'm thinking Assassin's Creed. I don't know which one, though. Serious Sam? CS Source? We've had Counter-Strike and we've had CSGO, so it could be CS Source. Yep. Tetris intro, thanks. Yeah. First go. It's good graffiti right there. Valve and Turtle Rock Studios. Have we had Undertale yet? Alex Kidd? Clam Digger was held. Sexuality, sex, or gender. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Alex Kidd. What, the first one? AI double D, right? Yeah, there we go. Negative. Too old for Metacritic. Big Doug. Nailed it. That's when? 82. Jesus Christ. I was a wee little thing. How big are babies? These look like tentacles here. Made of stone. We've had Katamari, I think. Glover. Bell! Stop it! No Glover! Not Katamari. Splatoon sounds good. Are you a kid or a squid? I've always been going for the first ones first. Most of the time. That is not, in fact, the answer. That's a gold turtle, I think. Metacritic score of 83. That's a traffic light on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Day of the Tentacle, it most certainly is not. We've had Glover. Wait, are there more than one Glover? Jesus. Should I try a different Splatoon? Splatoon 2. Nailed it. Well done. I may have guessed Splatoon on this page. Maybe not, though. Here I would have, because I recognize that thing. Back to Inkopolis. Looks like we have a Sphinx or something over here. Mario Odyssey. Really? Jesus Christ, well done. Probably would have got this. The building partially destroyed and flying away. The Witness? Have we had The Witness? Valorant. I'm fairly certain we had The Witness. Valorant training map. Wow. I have to check now. Is it not on Steam? It's a Riot game. It's on Epic, okay. Yeah, I recognize that. I think I played it for a little bit, and then the rootkit anti-piracy or anti-cheat thing they put in is a little bit too much for my sensibilities. I recognize that sky! I'd recognize that sky anywhere. Bam. Nola Games. Released in Metacritic 76. That feels rather low. 2020. Oh, I think that's when it went 1.0. Have I played it before? A little bit. Little bit. Too hard equals low score? Okay, fair. Yeah. It does seem low though, right? Only 5 points above the 50-cent game. Metacritic's a mess system. I think the actual Metacritic rating comes from publications though, right? Like there's two scores. There's user score on Metacritic, but the actual Metacritic score I think is just from official publications, which again seems really low for me. But it wouldn't surprise me that a game journalist wouldn't get as deep into the game as other people would. On low value can tank it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Anything more legit than a Steam score? Well, even Steam scores. I mean, if a developer goes off the deep end and says some dumb shit, the rating of the game will tank even if it's a good game, right? We see it all the time. People boycott games for stupid reasons. They filter it out. Oh, really? Okay. This one I have no idea. It's a cool screenshot, but I don't recognize it at all. This isn't helping much either. Metacritic 76. Deathloop? This looks like a zombie game, doesn't it? PC, PS3, Xbox 360. Singularity? Hell is Singularity? Just Cause 2? Not Singularity. It's a shooter. Doesn't look like Just Cause, maybe? What's it say up here? Ute. The Truth. Yeah. Spec Ops The Line? Oh, we just need some white phosphorus. You nailed it! Please tell me that's not number 6. I would never have gotten it. So we have another building / rock formation. Trees and some explosions in the trees. What the fuck just happened? Oh, we skipped ahead. Okay, the timer. Great. Excellent feature to have on our website. Right, I guess we're playing this game then. Teddy bear and an axe. It was 200 and something. We're just past the 200s. Should be able to find it again. $226. Wonder if the... Actually, hang on. It's obfuscating the actual webpage. It saves the status in the chart icon. Oh, cool. Okay, good. Oh, we might as well do this one then. I don't have an answer. Shit, we got 100 and... Okay, I may need to continue this tomorrow. Amelie? Skip. Metacritic 79. We got some kind of beastie with a lot of teeth. I don't believe I've seen this game. Skip. PC, PS4, Xbox, PS5, and Switch. Some kind of card-based mechanic. Deck building roguelike. Nobody saves the world? Nicely done. I've not played it. Him I recognize. Him I've seen before. Oh, and they give you little animated things. Okay. Looks alright. My win rate should be 100%, right? We haven't lost any. Maybe we've looked at some but not actually completed them. That would have been a mistake. How the hell do I get back there? We started 226 but didn't finish it. Replay previous days here. Here we go. Ah. So now we can find the one that we didn't do, right? It's a pretty good track record. Look at this. 98 through 109. 131 through 143. Goddamn superstars, chat. 2:27. What time is it? Okay, it's just after midnight. Let's pick this up tomorrow. I'll leave this on the screen. So that I don't lose it. And, yeah. Yeah, we'll continue tomorrow. And then after we've done the game thing, we'll do the movie one or the game music one if someone wants to link me that on Discord. Yeah, this is dope. This is fun. I like it. It's a nice relaxing afternoon too. Today is Saturday. So we'll pick up. You remember when the channel was playing games? Yeah, once upon a time. We used to play Noita. It got too difficult, so I stopped playing. Thanks for streaming. You're more than welcome, as always. Let me drop in on somebody. See who's live. Peglin. There you go. Somebody mentioned Peglin earlier. Fox Kincaid, friend of the channel. You know him well. Also, if you do know the name of that indie game or the game music thing, drop it here. And otherwise, I will see you tomorrow night. Lots of love. Okay, bye.